Sitting behind windows of light, causing the left to rise. Trans rights, black lives, fighting against fascist Weasley lies, still lying through their eyes. Debating and shining praxis, a massive fight for our comrades. Remember this line to bring up the hype, we all know that Bosch ride. There's no end in sight. We must achieve this victory. Abolish these commodities. Automate, pigeon, please, baby. Debating and chatting practice, a massive fight for our comrades. Remember this line to bring up the hype. We all know that Bosch ride. Debating and chatting praxis, amassing fight for our comrades. Remember this line to bring up the hype, we all know that Bosch ride. Debating and chatting praxis, amassing fight for our comrades. Remember this line to bring up the hype, we all know that Bosch ride. The workers who have its practice, amassing fight for our change lives. Cops will amass with my chant, take up, we all know that Bosch ride. The workers who have its practice, amassing fight for our change lives. Cops will amass with my chant, take up, we all know that Bosch ride.
Nice. You know, we get those when I'm feeling extra peppy, you know? And I am. Because today of all days, my friends, this is the final day of Donald Trump's presidency. Actually, we're now into the final hour of Donald Trump's presidency, because at 9 a.m. PT, or noon ET, we are going to be getting an entirely new president with his own set of problems that I can't wait to deal with. How y'all doing? It's been a while since I've had to get up this early. Got up at like 6. I used to have a morning security job. My shift would start at 6. So my actual day would start at around 4:45, 5. And it's been a while since then. So I'm not quite as resilient as I was back in my community college days. Whew. Whoa. How y'all doing? Can you believe we do that shit to kids? Like kids, like 2nd graders. It's like, it's 6 a.m. Let's get up. What the fuck? Jesus. You still gonna light your Biden merch on fire? Yeah, I plan to. I just, forgot to go outside. Oh, God. I am hyped, though. I am hyped, though. For this inauguration ceremony. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Hold on. A couple of, preemptive warnings. First off, not going to be able to go over every dono this stream. I'll try to go over prominent and expensive and interesting ones, but I can't go over all of them because I know today is going to be busy. Additionally, I love you all so very much. If I'm a little more self-promotion-y than usual this stream, it's because I feel like it, and also because if I got up early, it's got to be for something. Additionally, look at the art that I did. Hold on, content warning. gore, and censored titties. So, I've wanted to do a comic for a long time, but I only draw like once a month. Got to work on that. I've got this big old expensive Cintiq that you guys bought for me. Anyway, I conquered my fear and I drew last night. I'm actually super happy with it. There, I censored the boobas for your for your. Not that I have to, by the way. You can draw. You can have artistic nudity on YouTube. That is allowed. But anyway, I'm happy with how it came out. Fuck yeah. Show the booba. You can imagine what the booba looks like. You can fill in the blank. Anyway, yeah. The arm is weird. Well, it's not a normal arm. If you mean proportionally it's weird, then I can explain that. But if you mean the posing is weird, then I can't. Does she have nipples? Thank you. Excellent question, team. Yes, she does in fact have nipples. Thank you. What are the chances that there's an assassination attempt? Minimal. And it succeeds? Almost impossible. If there's an uncensored version, post it in Discord. First of all, I already did yesterday in the art section. Second of all, it's on my Twitter, uncensored. So if I can't... Listen, if I can't post... Uh-oh. Oh no, not already. Oh no. We're already getting the issues? Are we good? Is it the site or is it the stream? YouTube chat, how are you guys doing? You fine? Okay. You guys panic so fucking hard, it's impossible to tell whether anything is like a teeny tiny little hiccup or like a gigantic catastrophic fucking stream-ending problem. But you're all children, so what else can I expect from you? Thank you, Matty Ice PVD. I really appreciate those 20 bucks. Jeez. Whew, boy. Bosh, I went to the suggested stream. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with you people, but for your own sake, here you go. Catch back up. All right, let's go to C-SPAN, baby. Oh, wait. Before we do that... Oh, shit. We've got some stuff to talk about. Oh, God. Before we get to that... Look, as you guys know, Donald Trump is the most anti-establishment, pro-LGBT president in all of human history. There's no one else even comes close. So... in order to counterbalance, now, Trump cares about his legacy, of course, so Trump has to counterbalance how pro-LGBT and how anti-establishment he's been with a little bit of anti-LGBT and pro-establishment content right at the end. Anyway, apologies for the Twitter headline shit. I don't know how much farther we need to go into that, but look at this. Trump admin's last-minute policy changes. Social service providers can discriminate based on sexual orientation. Adoption agencies can turn away same-sex couples. And homeless shelters can turn away queer teenagers. He actually, he threw out, a collection of revocation of rights for LGBT people in a bunch of, civic institutions. Just in the last day, they're, tossing that one out there, just, whew. Can this be reversed? Everything here can be reversed by Biden pretty immediately. It's just a spite move. Well, we're assuming Biden will reverse it, I would hope so. I don't see why he wouldn't. It'd be, it would only make him look good. But yeah, anyway, just a spite move. Jesus Christ, so fucking spiteful. My God, it's he's not just a bigot. It's meaningless, petty hatred. But it's all good, We'll hopefully get this reversed soon enough. There was another one too. This one's a little bit more substantial. More news. Trump revokes an executive order that he signed 8 days into his presidency, requiring appointees to sign a pledge they won't become lobbyists within 5 years of leaving the administration. Look at this bullshit, dude. As soon as he enters office, he's like, nobody can lobby after the president. No, we're done with that. We're done. And then right as he leaves, he undoes it. It was a virtue signal. It was meaningless. Actually, in all likelihood, this was an attempt to fuck over people who leave before the end of his administration. This way, this executive order actually would have affected you if you had left 2 years into the administration because you beefed with Trump or because you did your job and he didn't like it. But now, if you made it through to him all the way to the end, then you can just be a a lobbyist right away. Didn't he pardon a bunch of people too? Yep, including Steve Bannon. Wasn't it tax shit? It was like tax shit that he got in under for, right? Steve Bannon is one of the people most responsible for why anytime you go on Twitter, like, there are Nazis in your replies. Steve Bannon is an incredibly aggressive advocate for far-right politics. Oh yeah, he took money from the wall donations. That's right, he scammed a bunch of people. Well, hey, Trump's a scammer. He pardons scammers. It's all coming together. That's what I'm talking about, baby. All of it. It's all coming together. Oh yeah, Joe Exotic didn't get pardoned. Joe Exotic, the Tiger King guy, lunatic guy, apparently rented this gigantic limousine to celebrate a pardon that he received from Trump, and then Trump didn't pardon him. Which is too bad, because honestly, I would have been okay with living in a world where Donald Trump did indeed pardon Joe Exotic from the documentary Tiger King. I would have been okay. Like, that's one for the history books right there, you know? That's one for the history books. I would, you know what? I'd take that over Lil Wayne. I would, yeah, I don't know. It's just funnier to me. I'd take it, yeah. I would. It's funnier. It is funnier. If you don't think it's funnier, you're a fucking lunatic. Hey! Thank you for the $69. That's the sex number. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get to here, do you think he's guilty? What, Wayne or Joe Exotic? I'm pretty sure Joe Exotic is guilty. That whole documentary was like a collection of basically confessions to crimes. Which was half the reason it was so funny. But anyway, yeah, the point that I'm getting to is like, Donald Trump's just burning shit on the way out. There are these lovely photos that are being taken of disinfectant being sprayed all over the Oval Office, you know? Because Donald Trump is like a virophage, and so is his entire administration. They don't want Biden to catch it, so you've got people in hazmat suits running around, like, detoxing the entire fucking West Wing. It's pretty funny. Yeah, get the stink out, yeah. It's pretty goddamn funny. It's petty. It's a petty victory, you know? It is. Oh, guess who didn't get pardoned, by the way, in that list of pardons? No Snowden, no Assange. Oof. That's a rough one right there. I kept being told over and over and over again, everyone, all these fucking people, fucking Tim Pool, all these anti-establishment, Jimmy Dore, whatever, Trump is going to be the one to pardon these people. That's what they said to me. And you know what happened? Nothing. Fucking nothing. And you know why? Because Trump was one of the most pro-establishment candidates we've ever had. Trump was insanely pro-establishment. Everything Trump did was pro-establishment. What establishment did Trump fight against? Like, what? Did he fight against, like, big industry and Wall Street? You fucking kidding me? Tax cuts and deregulation? Massive amounts of fucking corporate capture, like just letting people roll the fuck in out of big business into like the head of the CDC, all these people that he appointed. Like, yeah, he hired the fucking CEO of Exxon. Like, okay, so he's not anti-establishment when it comes to corporate shit. See, anti-establishment when it comes to war? No! All he would ever fucking do is brag about the strength of the American military. If you want to be anti-military industrial complex, that's a cultural thing too. That's a cultural thing. You can't just you can't just fight that with policy. Yeah, I get it. We're starting. Just a second. You have to delegitimize the military industrial complex. But all Trump would do is play it up, talk it up, sign, like brag about a larger and larger and larger military budgets. Absurd. What was he, anti-federal power? Everything Trump did over the course of his presidency, all of it was pro-establishment, except he did it while he was rude. That's it. That's the only thing. That's the whole thing. The whole 9 yards right there. Yeah, he was against the liberal media. He was against academia. Oh yeah, dude. Academics have so much power. And when we want an anti-establishment president, what we need is somebody who bitches with CNN. That's what anti-establishment is. That's what benefits the American people. All right, shut up. Damn, is this a sea shanty? What's that song? Hey ho, the wellerman comes to bring us sugar and tea and rum. Hey ho, when the little man comes. What's it? Early in the morning? I don't know. What are the full... Hold on. What are the full lyrics to that? God, patriotic music is so fucking boring. Fucking trumpets and drums. God, we get it. Holy shit, it's 250 years ago in your head. Fuck off. Where's the fucking bass drop? As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the way is not gone. When a man makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Yeah. It's a good sounding song. You know, they can meme it up, but I think it sounds good. Okay. Is this what you people made me interrupt my segment for? Really? This? This is what you made me interrupt my segment for. You know there was a reason why I didn't have this up, right? You know that when I'm talking to you guys, I have other monitors that where I can see what's going on. You really think that she was just going to come out and they were immediately going to start speaking? The inauguration ceremony doesn't begin for a little while, my dudes. Okay? We're just getting like a fucking patriotic cut. Okay. Play the sea shanty? Well, it's probably not copyrighted, right? I love that she's dressed like the Joker. Dude, how fucking funny would it be if you get all these fucking like above aerial shots of all these people and then like one of them is dressed like the Joker? I think that'd be funny as fuck. I don't know. Just like you have all these politicians and young people or whatever, and then you just have... Who is the actor again? Fuck, I know his name. Who is the actor? Come on. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix, thank you. Yeah, the most recent. By the way, I just want to say, by the way, just so you guys know, I don't care if this is controversial, Joaquin Phoenix did a better job than Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger was good for like a boppin', like, fucking superhero villain with like the memes, the meme potential, okay? But in terms of like actually playing the role, Joaquin Phoenix did a better job, I think. But Joaquin Phoenix was also given way the fuck more to work with. I think that in like a full character biop, Heath Ledger could have done just as good of a job. I'm not rating them as like actors, but I think the script gave Joaquin Phoenix way the fuck more room to do a better performance. That's not a hot take, by the way. That's not a hot take. One of them was a fucking superhero movie, and the other one was a fucking gritty biopic. Okay, on a fictional villain. All right, obviously, yeah. There's way more time to explore the character. The script was awful. The script was awful for the Joker. I mean, it wasn't like the best script I've ever seen, but I don't think it was awful by any. Joker was dumb. Oh, okay, all right. How was it dumb? Joker was really bad. Wait, what are you guys on about? I can see you guys saying that Joker was like average or overhyped, but bad? I don't think it was bad by any means. Where are you getting that from? I do think the Joker is overhyped. The Joker is this generation's, maybe, yeah, this generation's Fight Club, where it's like an edgy, dark movie about a mentally ill protagonist that explores like themes of masculinity and like social rejection, and a bunch of people are going to take it the wrong way by interpreting the protagonist. Oh yeah, or Taxi Driver, yeah. You have Taxi Driver, and then you have Fight Club, and then you have... Wait, when did Taxi Driver come out? Hold on. 1976, yeah. So it was Taxi Driver, then Fight Club, then The Joker. We have an ongoing procession of movies with similar, yeah. American Psycho. I don't think anybody idealized Patrick Bateman, though. American, I don't, maybe some people did, but I don't think it's the same. The Clubber.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect,
oh, shit.
Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee and Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
It's Obama. Holy shit. Hemingway? Damn, they got Hemingway? The real Hemingway. Wow. Wow, horns and drums. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait, real?
the President-elect of the United States,
Oh.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
Yeah!
and Dr. Joe Biden.
Bring him out! Yeah, Emperor Joe. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time in like over a century that the current president has not attended the inauguration of their successor. I think this is like unprecedented in modern American history. $152 years, huh? Holy shit. The last one was
Please
Andrew
welcome the
Johnson.
Honorable
Of
Amy
course it was
Klobuchar.
Andrew Johnson. What a fucking cunt. Andrew Johnson was such a fucking piece of shit. Fuck that cunt.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam
Imagine allowing
Vice
Klobuchar to
President-elect,
speak at your event.
members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promised to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be,
Oh yeah,
guardians
Pence is
of our
attending, by the
country.
way.
Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the
Donald
torch
Trump
of
just
democracy
virgin walked back to Florida.
truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does. Goes forward as a nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I knew it was going to be like this. I can't complain. I knew it was going to be cringy lip
This conveyance of a
shit. I knew.
sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it.
They're called
He
poles,
was
dumbass.
criticized for spending
That was a
funds on
joke,
it
don't.
during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world.
Dude, that wind is
was
fucking her up.
debated
Look,
and
she's
crafted
getting
under this dome.
She's squinting.
Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson,
Hey, how does
but
her
as
hair
an
fare in a
instrument
blizzard?
for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up
I
hope
want to know
for
what's
justice.
in Pence's mind, by the way.
We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president.
Wow, pick a struggle.
Kamala
Jesus
Harris,
Christ.
who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that.
By the way, I'm joking. I do think it's cool and good when minorities get when you get representation. I think that's good.
For this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you.
Which is why I was pushing so hard for America's first Jewish president.
Now, my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible. My friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered,
Nice
I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans
this is already
have
better than
celebrated
Klobuchar's
this moment
speech.
during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists.
Thank you.
They immediately followed those first three words
Utterly meaningless,
with the
by the
words
way.
to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy.
Old.
The freedoms we have today the nation we have today is not here just because it happened.
My man's
and
going
they
off
aren't
script.
complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility.
Obama.
One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of
Dude,
division.
what if after
It's
all
a
the
moment of
speeches Obama
unification.
got up there? Oh,
A new
shit.
administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national
In
debate goes forward.
2016,
and a
you all
determined
said
democracy
that you
will
wanted
continue
a third
to be
term.
essential
And now I
in
am
pursuit
here
of a more perfect
to fulfill
union
my
and
dark
a better
promise.
future for all Americans. What a privilege for
And to
me
be your
join
president.
you today. Thank you.
Once more and forever.
I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the president-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem
God damn it.
and the pledge to our flag.
I'm not putting this goddamn cucked political propaganda, this virtue signaling bullshit on my channel. I'm muting this shit once it starts. This is pro-America propaganda. Well, dude, what happened to the days when you could have an inauguration ceremony without any fucking politics, okay? Now it's all virtue, the flag, but yeah, back in the day, I remember, they used to just do it, they got it done with. Is he gonna sing?
Gracious and merciful God,
Oh.
at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general
national
welfare
anthem? Wait.
and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity.
Oh, this is the Schoolhouse Rock
We are
song.
a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national
paying copyright to
backgrounds,
Schoolhouse
cultures,
Rock for
and
this?
styles, now far more numerous and on land much
To ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Yeah.
O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of
Killing in the
counsel
name
and
of-
fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and...
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. This is aggressively, incredibly, unfathomably uninteresting to me. How y'all doing? How's everyone doing today? I know, you know who's even more bored than us? Joe Biden, secret Muslim. He's seething right now. I know he wants to share the light of Allah with the people of this inauguration ceremony, but America's just not ready for it. This is actually the chance for Bernie Sanders to declare his coup, by the way. I'm pretty sure that if, like, when Biden's about to put his hand on the Quran, and then Bernie jumps in and, like, slams his fist down at the last... I'm pretty sure, like, until security takes him away, I'm pretty sure he's president. Do you think he could quickly declare some executive orders in between slamming his hand down on the Quran and getting taken away? Technically, after you place your hand in the Bible, you aren't actually you can't be removed from the presidency until you place your hand on the L-bib. Oh shit. What's that? Oh, they're wiping down the mic. I see. The L-bib, that's the best you could come up with? It's Bible backwards, you fucker. What do you want from me?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All of these vaguely patriotic little fucking trumpet beats sound the same to me. I just watched Howl's Moving Castle with Hyena and Kanye, and the little, like, patriotic trumpets they would do for their country's military were identical. Is this the Miyazaki soundtrack? Like, it's all the same. Yeah, it's because they are all the same. Where's the fucking originality? Isn't America the birthplace of jazz? Why don't they play jazz? Whatever, let's just vibe. Yeah, what about, where's Nicki Minaj? Wait, I'm sorry. There are people in chat make fun of my musical taste. I'm sorry, wait. Is having good musical taste liking this?
Singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Oh. Wait, I was gonna make a joke about Lady Gaga earlier. Oh, hello. That's a lot of skirt dress you're carrying there. Holy shit. I was actually gonna mention Lady Gaga when I was next to Nicki Minaj, but I stopped talking. Damn, that is a gigantic... Is that the mockingbird from Katniss Everdeen? Is this product placement? Why isn't it a real hawk? Might as well go all out for inauguration. Or a real dove, sorry. They just should have just, like, stapled a dove's feet. Uh-oh. I'll keep it on because it's Lady Gaga.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
she's playing it up. Okay. People in chat are like, America's so weird. You fucking bitch-ass country. You fucking bitch-ass countries, dude. I know that in England, when you guys elect a new prime minister, you just release a flock of seagulls and then, like, fucking splash a bucket full of salt water on the audience, okay? I know that you fuckers don't know ceremony, okay? We're the goddamn United States of America, all right? If we wanted to, we could end the fucking world with our nuclear arsenal, all right? You shut the fuck up. And let us have our dystopian patriotic ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I guess
please
technically
welcome
the
from
UK
city
could
of
too.
South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Oh, it's
of the
sign
United
language.
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
Bump the mic.
and justice for
Ceremony
all.
ruined. Get her out.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
They should do this for everything. And our first 5'6" president, our first manlit president. This is our first our silent generation in the 2020s president. Here's our balding president. Like, throw it all out there, you know? Our short king.
Please raise your right
Our
hand.
first president with the
and
micro
repeat
penis.
after me.
That was Trump.
I,
Got him. Zing.
Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Girl boss. It is good. It is good. How hard are Qmers sweating right now? Oh yeah, dude, if you're QAnon, you've got to be sweating bullets right now because you're thinking like any second now, any second now, any second now, the military police are going to come out and arrest fucking Biden and Kamala. Any second now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
This is it. This is where the military police come out. What if
Please
they actually
welcome
did?
Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
Holy shit, the drip. What the fuck? Damn, this blows fucking Gaga's outfit out of the water. Jesus Christ. The fucking gold, the gold, like, sash? Don't diss Gaga like that? No hate, but like, that's a good outfit right there. All white, like, all white multi-layered outfits are super fucking cool. Because they're dangerous, because all you have to do is get, like, a little bit of scuff on it and it looks terrible. Nah, Gaga's was better? Okay. Wait, people are making fun of me for this? Fuck you people. I should be banning you. Wow, never mind. Alright, let's just look at the outfit. It looks like shit? No, it sounds like shit. Let's just look at the outfit, okay? No, we should be listening. This land was made for the mega corporations that own...
Down that ribbon of light, of your name, and
This is commie shit right here.
oh, this land, this land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me.
The song's literally by communists? Yeah.
From sea to shining sea. Una nación bajo Dios indivisible con libertad y justicia para todos.
True. I think you need David Pacman to translate that. You have to go over to his stream.
Was made for you and me.
Does he speak Spanish or Portuguese? Why am I getting weird champed? David Pacman literally has a second politics show that he does in Spanish. You people are fucking weird champing me for saying that he can translate. He literally does a show in Spanish. Eat my ass, you stupid piece of shit. Holy fuck.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
I'm confused. When did they deploy the catgirl ass?
Stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
The femboyification spray will be chemtrailed over the audience right as Biden is sworn in. Oh shit. Dude, the QAnoners are sweating fucking gallons right now. It's like that scene from Airplane. Or the Key and Peele skit. Oh. Comrade Baby protesting.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Big
I,
fucking Bible.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the
Fuck it
office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States,
and will, to the best of my ability,
will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
There you go. It's President Biden now. Hey! Enes Gomez, thank you for the $420.69. Thank you so much, comrade. What a fitting number for this auspicious day. Jesus Christ, thank you. We made it, everyone, and narco-Bidenism is officially over. No more. No more fucking malarkey. True! Now we're back to anarcho-anarchism.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Thank you, comrade. Very kind donation. Uh-oh, the military police. They're coming. Backstage, a pile of Secret Service corpses. An operative Bernie. His hands bloodied. He approaches the mic. Time has come. I waited for Medicare for All to be passed through the House and Senate, but now I realize only crippling autocracy and totalitarianism can bring you all the healthcare that you need. I am no longer asking, you are getting Medicare for all.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
What was that scream? Did you hear that? It got picked up on the mic.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris,
Do you think he's gonna fuck up his speech or like
Speaker
sound
Pelosi,
like a buffoon?
Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day. A day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, Democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation,
Cameraman.
we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we the people who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country.
Cameraman!
It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions
Secret
of jobs
Service, take
have
him
been
out.
lost. Hundreds of thousands
Take
of
him out.
businesses closed.
Kill his family.
A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself. A cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy.
Overwhelming violence.
Unity.
Oh.
Unity.
Nah. Come
In
on.
the middle of January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it.
It's a Horcrux.
Today,
sorry,
on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our
I'm
nation.
sorry.
And I
Stop.
ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity,
lions and tigers.
we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries,
I'm sorry,
but
I'm
as
laughing
neighbors.
because I'm browsing polls.
We can treat each other
while
with
watching
dignity
this, okay?
and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge. And unity is the path forward.
I'm going to kill myself.
And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh. All of us.
I don't want to
Let's
forget.
begin to listen to one another again.
No.
Hear one another. See one another. Show respect to one another.
Touch one another.
Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change.
And today we've done it. The first woman.
Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this.
Eat shit.
Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this.
Trumpers, you lost to this.
We open our souls instead of hardening our hearts. If we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer.
They look so grumpy.
Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour?
I'm not ready for
Will we meet
bald
our
Biden.
obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time. sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
We did it, people. We witnessed history. Sorry, I was browsing all the poll conspiracies about how everyone associated with the Biden presidency is Jewish. I gotta prepare for the next 4 years of arguments I'm gonna have.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
I'm not listening to fucking Amazing Grace. But I'm going to. I'm not going to, but I'm going to. Hello. Woo! Now this right here is an appeal to unity. Having a guy in a cowboy hat. No, I know Garth is cool, but still. Cowboy hat.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise.
I'm just happy they're finally giving a voice to men at the inauguration.
We first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work,
no.
as one.
You're not getting me in on this.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound
I don't even know the lyrics.
that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Well, people may have sang along, but that microphone's not going to pick them up, you know? I think that was the best performance so far. Yeah, probably. Anybody who wears a cowboy hat is appointed temporary American.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. a song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
What? Is that a ribbon? It's so shiny.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain. If we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
This is the first time we've had a poetry recital at Inauguration, if I'm not mistaken. I wish I knew what the name for... Oh, it's like a band. Or like, what do you call
Amanda
them?
Gorman.
Like a visor?
Now for our
on the
benediction,
hair?
I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel
It's shiny.
African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
Oh, shit. The cool guy has arrived. Oh, get the fuck out of the way, white boy. Yeah.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer.
No.
God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek
wow.
your face,
Deep.
your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family.
Is this not weird to
We
other
further
countries?
ask that you would extend the same...
Unironically, I think most countries have like an overblown, semi-religious inauguration ceremony. You know, but to some extent or another, I just think America does it more.
More than ever. More than ever.
Oh, it's not the
They
first
in
time they've
our
had a poet.
nation
Democrats tend to. Okay,
need
gotcha.
you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased.
UK doesn't even have inauguration.
We will mourn our dead.
So my seagull and brine water
We
thing
will
was actually an
befriend the lonely,
overstatement.
the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss.
Good luck, memers. I'll be right back.
Goal.
Praise
To your
Allah. Do not
glory,
be swayed by this false faith.
Majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
of work for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Matt is doing. He'll come back up here.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we're back.
Remember, we used to get elevators.
Sorry about that. I realized I forgot to do my morning Kegels. Had to, you know, get a couple of quick stretches out.
We're gonna cut this right here.
What is the next event on the schedule? Let me take a look. Oh, and if you're enjoying the stream that I'm putting literally no effort to, please consider subscribing to the channel. I'd really appreciate it. Where is that schedule? I thought I liked this yesterday. Oh, you know what's annoying? I have tendonitis in my left Achilles tendon. Which really sucks. And it's been getting better, but I just twisted it like a second ago during my intense Kegels. So now it hurts. Yeesh. How's my dad? My dad has gotten a lot better COVID-wise. Did you see Kalinsky say he always liked you even when you two disagree? Yeah, I like Kalinsky too. I think that I assume this is in the context of Destiny's thing. I think that Destiny mishandles Kalinsky massively. The problem is that wait, hold on. What?
No.
Destiny values holding people to account and consistency, all that dumbass shit, really, really, really highly, which I sometimes think leads to him making insane conclusions, like the right and the left are equally dishonest online. That is incredibly fucking dumb. The level of disinformation perpetuated by even the worst online leftists doesn't even come fucking close to a standard Republican. An average Republican. Not even some crazy online QAnon type. An average Republican is in a different league compared to the worst leftists. So I think it's really, really, really important to keep that in mind with regards to criticism. I've disagreed with some of the stuff that Kyle Kalinsky said and done, but I want to talk to him, and I like him. He's super fucking nice. And also, he's done an insane amount of good, too. Like, it's all about looking at this in perspective, you know? What about Uyghur genocide deniers? Well, that I'm less positively inclined to. Please, let's look at these executive actions being done today. Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. Inauguration schedule. Okay. Okay. So then we have at 1:40, which is at my time, that's in an hour, the president and the vice president review the readiness of military troops in a pass-in review. At 2:25, or at noon 25 here, or sorry, 11:25, the president, the first lady, the vice president, and the second gentleman participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Yeah, I think from this point forward, it's just going to be ceremonial showboating. Which is significantly less interesting to me. We do have... Oh, yeah, Jenny. Sean giving more shitty takes. Okay, right to drama, huh? Okay, right to drama. Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, sure. Okay, sure, fine, sure. He's doing stuff late in the day, executive orders and stuff. Sure. But, yeah, we're going to take a look at the executive orders. Hold on. What is this tweet from Sean? I think Sean's being kind of wry and cynical here, but I think this is kind of justifiable. I think this is fine. Listen, we haven't had to deal with it over the past 4 years because they haven't been in power, but now that Biden's in power, our main obstacles to progress, in some respects, are going to be liberals. And we're going to have to learn to argue with that. For the past 4 years, we've just been arguing with, conservatives and fascists because they're prominent and they're dangerous and they're the people in power, but now it's like we're going to have to deal with that, and then we're going to ask for something, and the libs are going to be like, we can't do that. It's going to be this whole fucking nightmare. We'll deal with it. We'll make it happen. We will. Yeah, people are, oh yeah, here's Nick Fuentes, yeah. There actually are a lot of Jewish people in Biden's cabinet. The Nazis are seething over it. That's going to be really fun to argue with them about. I honestly wish there were fewer Jewish people in the cabinet just so it'd be easier to make fun of them. There was this, I saw this list they put out because I've seen a lot of Jewish question lists, and usually what it is you take every government official in the universe and you just put the Israel flag next to every single one of them, and that's like it. And most of the time they're like complete bullshit, like 100% bullshit. I looked them up and it's like they say a person's Jewish because they're godmother's son's child, like blah blah blah, like once ate a bagel. There are a lot of Jewish people in Biden's cabinet. It doesn't make a difference to me. Everyone in the fucking government's white anyway. So Biden executive orders, yeah, we're about to take a look at that. How do you do that with black people? What do you mean? Wasn't Hitler's family Jewish? Dude, the problem is, if you're looking to isolate one specific ethnic / cultural / keep in mind, Jewish means ethnic, cultural, and religious. So it can be any one of those three. That can encompass a broad range of information. or like a broad range of people. Like if you're just talking about religious practicing Jews, that's an incredibly small number of people, you know, like on the planet. But then it's like, ethnically Jewish. But okay, so like, what if you're like sister-in-law? Like it gets annoying like that. Culture is a part of ethnicity, isn't it? Sure, but it widens the net, is what it does. It widens the net. You know. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of anti-Semitism. How are you ethnically Jewish though? You mean me? I'm not ethnically Jewish. But there are people who are like Ashkenazi, you know? That's ethnically Jewish. Yeah, not yet. I'm not yet. Did you hear Matt Watson name checked you on that big new Minecraft server people care about? What big new Minecraft? What the fuck does that mean? Who's Matt Watson? Wait, this person follows me, and they have 400,000 followers on Twitter. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I know this person. Wait, this person follows me? Wait, okay, I'll follow back. Wait, what did I do? Normally I know when large accounts follow me. He's a leftist Let's Player? Oh shit, I'll look into his stuff then. Okay. Damn, alright, cool. Alright, Watson. You're on the list now. It's a good list. It's a good list, okay? But I can't be on any Minecraft servers if any of you are streaming on Twitch. Okay. Biden's press secretary is doing a Q&A. I'll answer you in a video this week. Okay, so it's not a current Q&A. Yeah. God, Tim Pool is such a fucking worm sometimes. Holy shit, look at this. I often wondered what pro-empire propaganda would look like in Star Wars. This is what every inauguration ceremony looks like. Trump's looked the same. All the previous presidents look the same. Every inauguration ceremony looks like this. That's not how you spell. Yeah, I know it's a fucking typo. You've seen me type. The word inauguration is in the title. I obviously know how to spell it correctly. This is good. This is a good ass meme. God, I love you, Bernie. Oh God, you're gonna die soon. I'm gonna be so sad. What's he looking at? How to fix your broken wood stove. He would. Very good. Very good. Trump's note given to Joe. This is going to be a meme, right? Are you going to have convos with Contra and Shu later today like you did in Election Day? No, we do not have that planned. Sadly. I have to take a look at the executive action thing. Good meme. A good meme from Bastiat. You mean a liberal meme? No, thank you. Dodged, ducked, and cucked. Nicely done, team. Ooh, the Trumpers are going to be so fucking mad over the next couple of days. Oh, God. All right, let's take a look. President-elect Joe Biden. This is dead naming. It's currently President Joe Biden. Will take 17 executive orders on day one. On his first day in office, Biden plans to issue 17 executive orders, presidential memoranda, and agency directives, from directing the COVID-19 pandemic response to canceling the Keystone XL pipeline. 9 of the 17 actions directly reverse outgoing President Donald Trump's policies. Okay, so on coronavirus, launches a 100 days masking challenge. Wait, challenge? Are we... It's like a TikTok thing? Okay. Asking Americans to wear masks for 100 days. Requires masks and physical distancing in federal buildings on federal lands and by government contractors, and urges state and local governments to do the same. So through executive action, Joe Biden doesn't have the authority to enforce a mask mandate everywhere. only on federal property and on things which are regulated by the federal government, which means public transportation like buses and planes, and of course federal buildings. So this is fairly limited, but getting that requirement on planes and buses is going to be helpful. And then we have another one on coronavirus. This one's a reversal. Stops the United States withdrawal from the WHO, with Dr. Fauci becoming the head of the delegation to the WHO. That's probably good. That's definitely good. It's the WHO. Trump literally just left it. He was mad. He's mad boy. Mad sad boy. Wait, Tim responded? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Look forward to him saying something stupid as shit in response. Okay. Anyway, nice, back in the WHO. Okay. Additionally, on coronavirus, creates the position of COVID-19 response coordinator, reporting directly to Biden, and managing efforts to produce and distribute vaccines and medical equipment. Good, great, sounds reasonable. Okay. Extends the existing nationwide moratorium on evictions and foreclosures until at least March 31st. This is good. If you recall correctly, the national moratorium would also be extended by that big stimulus bill that he's trying to put through the through Congress, and that would extend it way further, I think to like September. But through executive action, he would do it here in March. And extends the existing pause on student loan payments and interest for Americans with federal student loans until at least September 30th. Damn, all the way to like the end of the year. Whew. Then we have some overturns of Trump policy. Rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, a process that'll take 30 days. Obvious, straightforward. Cancels the Keystone XL pipeline and directs agencies to review and reverse more than 100 Trump actions on the environment. This seems straightforward. Everything that Trump did with regard to the environment was pro-corporate oligopoly, pro-corporate profits, anti-America, anti-American health, anti-American land. So this makes sense to me. Rescinds the Trump administration's 1776 commission, directs agencies to review their actions to ensure racial equity. Yeah, the 1776 commission was literally just a component to propagandizing. Like, it was literally just like, you say that America's roots are founded in slavery, but actually it's founded in freedom. Like, yeah, it's just fascism. It is the fascist curriculum. Wasn't Charlie Kirk gonna be on it? Yeah. Hassan at 115K. Good. I'm happy, dude. Sometimes people come in here and they're like, Hassan has so many viewers. That's fucking rad, dude. I'm really glad that the default political station for Twitch, like gamer dude bros, is Hassan. I think that's amazing, okay? Because it could have very well been the case that Twitch went the same direction as YouTube, and the largest political figures on that platform are all like skeptic, enlightened, centrist, like crypto Nazis, okay? But that didn't happen, and I'm happy, and I'll remain eternally happy about that. Okay? All right. Another one. Prevents workplace discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. This is some pretty obvious shit to me. Requires non-citizens to be included in the census and apportionment of congressional representatives. This makes perfect sense to me, okay? Like perfect sense, okay? So let me explain why. So this is an overturn, okay? So non-citizens, this doesn't mean illegal immigrants. This just means non-citizens. Could be legal or illegal immigrants, it doesn't matter, are a part of a state. They're a part of the state. They're a part of the state's economy. Los Angeles is not Los Angeles without its immigrant population. It's an essential component of Los Angeles. If you want to know Los Angeles, if you want to know what it's like, what its demographics are like, and what like the tax like dividends that should be given, everything about LA, you need to include non-citizens. It's very, very simple. You can't ignore that. Oh my God. I just posted in support of Rashida Tlaib's call that we should not allow national security powers to be expanded. Pay attention. Only I was better at typing. Wait, where's the typo? Providing extra secure. Where's the typo? Oh, at the inauguration. There we go. You people are worthless. You think just spamming typo is going to get me to learn my mistakes? I've been typing since I was 6 and I still can't do it, okay? I type with 2 fingers, motherfucker. All right. Feel like we've appropriately ratioed him here. But he's going to keep going for it, I think. Okay, we're getting so distracted. Okay, hold on. Some more reversals. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Not a reversal. Fortifies DACA after Trump's efforts to undo protections for undocumented people brought into the country as children. Sounds great to me. DACA's good. We should do more than DACA, but DACA's a good holdover. And then here are some reversals. Reverses the Trump administration's restrictions on U.S. entry for passport holders for 7 Muslim-majority countries. So we're undoing the Muslim ban. Great. Undoes Trump's expansion of immigration enforcement within the United States. Fantastic. Speaking, by the way, since Tim Pool seems to care so much about national security, I wonder what Tim Pool thinks about ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, it's interesting to me. Halt construction of the border wall by terminating the national emergency declaration used to fund it. Good. This was, by the way, this was insanely fucking authoritarian. Donald Trump unilaterally using the executive branch to like divert funding over to the wall. This was like an unbelievable circumnavigation of like democracy and the traditional democratic process. You know? Expands deferrals of deportation and work authorizations for Liberians with a safe haven in the United States until June 30th, 2022. Okay, I'm sure this is some specific thing. Ethics. Requires executive branch appointees to sign an ethics pledge, barring them from acting in personal interest and requiring them to uphold the independence of the Department of Justice. I don't know how much that's actually going to do, but that's a good sentiment, I suppose. And then finally, an overturn. Directs OMB director to develop recommendations to modernize regulatory review and undoes Trump's regulatory approvals process. This is all super, super, super important to me. I feel like the path forward to socialism, which is, again, I know a lot of you fucking sockdam shitters are in here, gunking up my community with your fervent liberalism. But the end goal here, ideally socialism, at least I would certainly like that. And I think it's really, really, really important to be able to have those like, it's like Maslow's hierarchy of shit, okay? It's like this, okay? You have the triangle, okay? You have a very good triangle, okay? You've got a very, very, very good triangle, okay? And the issue is, okay, the society that we want is like up here. We want the peak, all right? But the issue is that conservatives and fascists in this country are keeping us down here at like the second from lowest level, okay? And as long as there's room to go without crossing the socialism threshold, okay? This is the socialism threshold right here, all right? I'm just going to call it the ST. As long as there's room to go up from the socialism threshold, you're never going to be able to convince normies that socialism is necessary. Like, if you're talking to a liberal, and you want to explain what the problems with this country are, most of the obvious problems in this country are things that Republicans are the most aggressive obstructionists on, okay? Like, if you want to talk to a liberal right now about improving the country, how do you, like right now, the people keeping this country from being better are most evidently the Republicans. And as long as that remains the case, it's hard to make an argument for socialism. What problems are there with our healthcare? Well, we could fix that with the public option, which Biden wants to recommend. What problems are there with, like, our tax rates? Well, we could fix that under capitalism, could we? What problems are there with our military-industrial complex? We could fix that, blah, blah, blah. Like, all of these things can be fixed under capitalism. You can make a better capitalism. There are countries that do capitalism better than America when it comes to, like, the well-being of their citizenry, but you're always going to run up against, like, that gap. There's only so much you can do under capitalism, because at the end of the day, you're fighting against the interests of the people with the most power in society. As long as society is being controlled by people who have a different set of interests than you, the bourgeois, then you're not going to be able to peak past that point. You want to break through and get up to that peak, but you can't do it unless you move up. So I say we need to focus on these these simple base level problems, so we can convince people that there's something to reach past that, you know? It's like, how do I put this? Okay, you've had a really good meal in your life, right? Maybe you're a chef and you can cook real nice. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is pseudoscientific. What the fuck does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now? You've probably had a good steak at some point in your life, or like some good meal, like a really, really nice meal, okay? Imagine imagine like you're like super poor, okay? And you've got a poor friend, all right? And you both can barely make it by. You're like finding old bean cans and like stabbing them open with your hobo knife and like trying to drink. Yeah, like really bad time, okay? Just not good. Okay, that's your life, all right? If you're in that position, how effectively do you think you're going to be able to lay out an argument for what needs to be done so that you can have like a delicious, juicy steak? It's probably not going to sell. You talk to your average person who's hungry and poor, they're not fixated on luxury. They're fixated on making it by. That's the thing. If a person's in really dire straits, they want like subsistence needs. Like, it's really hard to make these arguments. Like, what needs to be done in order to get that steak? Well, you have to do some really complicated stuff. You need like the proletarian revolution stuff. And then like the guy's going to be like, no, I don't care. That's a lot of effort for, I just want a microwave to heat my beans in, okay? I want a microwave to heat my beans, and I want cheese to melt on top of them. And it's going to be beans and cheese, and maybe a little bit of rice, okay? That's what I want. As long as people don't have much, it's hard to sell them the complexities necessary to arrive at more. Now, that's not always the case, because socialism has often been popular with the poor, but socialism is typically popular amongst the poor in countries that have like better class consciousness than America. In America, we have like pathetic level of class consciousness. Like even the poorest and most deprived Americans are pretty bad at, it's not their fault, it's how our country works, but yeah, are pretty old, I think, to the way all this functions. But we'll get them there, okay? We're gonna cheer when Biden does some cool stuff, and then we're gonna make fun of him at all times when he does bad stuff, which will also happen probably pretty often. And it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be good. How long am I streaming? Well, there's not much to cover at the moment. We can take a look at some more of these proceedings, but we'll see. More stuff is going to happen down the line. The big thing that we need to focus on is holding Biden to account when he promises something, then doesn't do it. That's the main thing that we need to focus on, you know? Then isn't developing class consciousness far more important than tepid social reforms that are just placate the working class? I'm going to be honest with you. I think that placating the working class thing is kind of a meme. Whether you like it or not, like, America has a high enough average standard of living that people aren't willing to die in a revolution, you know? People willing to die in a revolution is usually like for very desperate people in very dire straits, or like peasants, like people who live like on the razor's edge anyway. In America, even the poorest people can live. Like, people don't really starve to death that much in America. It happens, but not frequently. We do have a homeless problem, but homeless people can't be the bulwark of a revolution because they're about as deprived as any population could possibly be. But in America, like, generally people get by, which is why you have more on-the-ground, like, socialist advocacies in countries that are poorer than ours. That's true. Wait, you guys are saying, I'm not downplaying the plight of poverty in America, but that's true. If you look in, like, Latin America or like Southeast Asia, or if you look in the Middle East, take a look at the origins of all the like big like socialist uprisings. These do not come from people who live in like relatively comfy homes. It is hard to starve to. Okay, well, you people don't know. Fine, fuck you people. Okay, whatever. I'm right. The thing that irritates me is that a lot of people who act as though all it would take is the right ideological like conditions in order to motivate a middle-class Americans to revolution are engaging in like Hegelian idealism. Like, what are you talking about? You think it would be possible to convince people in America who make above the poverty line to put down their lives for a fraction of a chance at a government where they can like get economic democracy and better returns on their tax dollars? Are you kidding me? No, of course not. Material conditions dictate people's like motivations. And materially speaking, Americans are not in the same place as, say, for example, Bolivians or like Russian peasantry. What does this have to do with Hegelian idealism? Because the idea there is that people will be motivated to action like based on their like education alone, or that you can like undo the what would you call it, like the nullifying effects of comfort with education, which doesn't seem to be the case in this country like at all. It's value progression away from survival values. Yeah, but we're not going to go back to that here in America. We're not going to move back to that. Look at polls so we can laugh at the cope. Dude, we can look at the Donald.win, but poll is just going to be people like saying the N-word and posting like nudes or whatever. Is revolution even possible then? Yes, it absolutely is. Guys, the old world is dead, okay? The old world persists in parts of the world that we are not a part of, but America is a unique beast, okay? And in America, you are not going to get a bunch of like fucking middle-class people waving their flag, charging at the government. It's not going to happen. That's ridiculous. You're a lunatic if you think that's going to happen. The best way to affect that kind of change is to put a lot of pressure on the bourgeois, so the bourgeois have to force some kind of effort or some kind of coup, and then you can respond. What about Tim Pool? Uh-oh. It's Tim Pool. Okay, Tim Pool isn't responding to me anymore, which is good because he looks like a fucking fool there. Bring him on. He's not, dude. Tim Pool would never come. Tim Pool needs the show, you know. Tim Pool needs the show to get it going, to keep it alive. Anyway, what was I saying here? God, every time we talk about revolution, I get okay. Why do you think we need that? You just need to convince people that economic democracy is desirable, not get them on board with a violent uprising. People think lots of things are desirable, but if you want to overcome the bourgeois, you need to you need to lead them to believe they're desirable enough to like be worth fighting for, and that's very hard to do, especially to a population as neutered as the United States. If America has a communist movement back in the Great Depression, can America go communist in 1932 if the business plot happened? I don't know. I'm not a revisionist historian, but I don't think fascists taking power makes socialism more likely. Wait, hold on. So I'm kind of new to the whole socialism game, but I fully support it. What's the end game for a perfect socialist society so we can flourish and prosper? There's never an end game. End games are cucked, and they're sold to you by idealists and liberals, okay? The truth of the matter is that there are things that I know would work, and there are things that I know I like, and I want to move us in that direction. And once we've reached that point, we can make decisions from that point forward. I'm not so arrogant as to believe that I have the blueprint to a finished utopian society in my head. That's ridiculous. Nobody has that. Nobody could even begin to predict what the world is going to be like in 100 years. Marx couldn't predict what was going to happen 150 years from his life. Marx's dynamic, like the bourgeois and the proletariat, is reductionist at this point. You need to read other theorists who have expanded upon what Marx has read in order to understand the way our economy functions and the power dynamics behind it. Doesn't mean Marx is bad. Doesn't mean that he was wrong. It just means that, holy shit, nobody can predict the future. That's just how life works. What I do like, what I do want, is economic democracy. I think one of the biggest problems we have in this country and in this world is that generally speaking, like power is held by people who have very different interests from the average working person. The average working person cares about their health care. They care about what school their kids are going to go to. They care about like their housing. They care about like relatively trivial stuff when compared to like big social aims. Whereas the bourgeois, they don't send their kids to public school. They don't ever have to be concerned with the housing of the proletariat. They're wealthy. Their wealth insulates them from the living standards of the average person. So when these people in power, these people with different interests, they don't, when they, you know, go and they make decisions, they're not going to make decisions which benefit us. They're going to make decisions which benefit them, as they so often have. The goal then should be to generate a society where we are led not by people with different interests, but with people with the same interests. And the best way to do that is economic democracy. Economic democracy, or co-ops, or market socialism, or a proletarian state, depending on who you're asking and who you're trying to appeal to, is a society, simply speaking, where the economic and political needs of the proletariat are put first and foremost. Which sounds really complicated, but in reality, all you would like really need to do is restructure the economy so you don't have a very small group of oligarchs on top of society. Should we tweet it at you? True. It's going to be life for the next couple of years. People responding to Shu and I as though we're Republicans. How does land decommodification works? Well, the commodification of something means that it's meant to be bought or sold, or it's meant to produce things that are meant to be bought and sold. The decommodification of land means that you free it from that system. It can no longer be bought or sold. It's instead appointed or delegated or in some other non-market way distributed amongst people, which can be done. We do have, to an extent, decommodified land. We have federal land in this country. In fact, we had federal land. I mean, you guys remember homesteading? Yay, back in the day, the federal government had so much land that it wanted to give away that it would just like, it would marked out a bunch of like plots over on the West Coast. And it was like, fuck it, here's a race. Everyone, fucking race to the West. Get the best housing plot you can. It's actually, yes, only to white people, of course. It's actually crazy to think of. Like, can you imagine, like, the government, like you see in the newspaper, and it's like, New Homesteading Act, November 1862. The first one to make it gets the land. And it's like, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of plots that have been drawn up over in the West Coast, and you just have to race over there and claim it. And if you claim it, it's yours. You own that land. Not renting, you own it. And the land that you own, larger than the fucking, this is like farmland, like way, 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 way more land than what you have now, you know? CGP Grey Vosh, I watch him too. Did you only learn about homesteading from CGP Grey? Wait, hold on. Wait, you may have revealed something about yourself there, more so than owning me, okay? Is that where you learned about homesteading from? Are you not American? So the goal is to get to a point where society is fair to those who work in bare conditions now and convert them to better conditions through democratic processes and a common initiative to prosper. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of democracy. There's a really cringe quote from Engels where he says that revolution is fundamentally authoritarian, which has now led every edgy ML to say that actually authoritarianism is good because revolution is good, and if revolution is authoritarian, therefore authoritarianism must be good. I still think that's a stupid fucking quote, and I disagree with Engels on that one. But whatever. Yeah, democracy is a really good thing. I think that democracy is good even when it's bad. It could well be the case that an autocracy produces better results under given circumstances. That is totally possible. But at the end of the day, I think people should be able to dictate their own conditions, you know? Co-ops are literally reactionary, Lamau. We have such a diverse ideological range of people in my community. You know why that is? Destiny bans fucking people who disagree with him in his chat. And every once in a while, I have to think about that, you know? I was watching some of him yesterday, and somebody disagreed with him on one thing, permaban. Like that. You know how often I permaban people? Like, once a week, maybe. Out of the thousands of people in here. Hassan does it too. I'm the one who allows all this ideological diversity. I'm sticking to my libertarian roots. Did I see the Claudia Conway video? No? What? Claudia Conway exposed by her daughter. Okay, hold on. I'll get to that in a second. Claudia is, or the daughter's a champion. Investigative journalist, yeah. Yeah, I'm a free speech warrior, true. Give it a couple years, I'll start perma-banning all of you. Just give it a couple years. I will eventually. I'm only human, you know. Caleb Maupin. Dude, Caleb Maupin tweets about me so much. So are Vosh, Jacobin, TYT, and all the fake socialist internet grifters going to cancel Biden for having "This Land Is Your Land," a song written by a red-brown tanky Stalinist at his inauguration? Oh, I forgot their cancel culture doesn't apply to liberals ever. What the fuck is he talking about? Cancel Biden because a song that's entered Americana 150 years ago or whatever, 100 years, was written by a communist? It was written in 1944. Okay, 80 years ago then, or 76, I guess. Caleb, I do think Caleb Maupin is mentally ill, personally. Hey, how far back on his feed do you think we have to go to find another tweet about me? Hold on. So we have this one. This is from 8:52. So this is about an hour and 30 minutes ago, thereabouts. Let's see how far back we have to go. Hold on. Okay, I don't want retweets. I wish there was a way. Okay, hold on. Now it's turning into a woke poetry slam. Can Inauguration 2021 get any more cringe? Damn. That's some lefty analysis right there. Control F. It's more fun to scroll. Okay, here we go. Here's this one. Oh, yep, you guys were right. Immediately below this tweet of me is also a tweet which includes me. FYI, This Land Is Your Land was written by Woody Guthrie, a close friend of the Communist Party USA and an admirer of Stalin. You know, the kind of people that Vosh, Jacobin, and synthetic leftists equate with Nazis and are actively fomenting violence against, FYI. Literally one tweet below. Coffin liked the tweet. Coffin's also lost. I really, 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 really like the term mental midget, but that's not PC, so that's the only time I'm going to say it. And I didn't just say it even. I was using it referentially. It's not going to take long. I'm going to find another one with me in it. All this guy retweets is RT. Jesus Christ. Come on, Caleb. Give me more. Give me more. Give me. Hey, the Officer Tatum. I heard you mention me again. I'd be happy to engage in a discussion or debate on your channel. My DMs are open. Shoot that shot. I know how to control F, guys. I like scrolling. Damn, I'm rolling out. No. Okay, well, we got 2 tweets about me. Damn. We could have gotten more. Been a busy. Wait, what? As much as I think the Surfs TV is a petty, childish cyberbully who engages in dishonesty representing other people's positions and trying to suppress genuine anti-imperialism and leftism, I think his channel shouldn't have been taken down. Why? Because I'm better than him. What is he talking about? He's such a crybaby. If I got deleted off YouTube, by the way, he'd be celebrating like crazy. I talked to this guy for 1 hour once, and he's never going to forget it for the rest of his life. He's going to be on his deathbed, and he's still going to be crying about it. What is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about ever at any point in time. I genuinely have no fucking idea. Okay, what were we talking about? Take a look at the impeach Biden hashtag. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, aren't they impeaching Biden tomorrow? Yeah. Get ready for it, people. Peep the Claudia vid. Okay, hold on.
never gonna record another fucking thing in your life. It's going for a forensic analysis. One fucking bit for you to tell people I'm a bitch. What? 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 What?
There's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
Mocking me.
You think I'm mocking you? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Do you know what you've done to yourself? Do you know what you've done to yourself?
I'm 15.
No. You fucking
Wait, what? Hits me?
You've done to yourself? Do you know what you've done to yourself?
I'm 15.
No.
What the fuck?
Before you get all over the sheets that I cleaned.
Can you stop?
No, you don't ignore me. Asshole. I text them all day long. And they're paying attention to you because they know that you need extra help.
What'd you call me?
What do you want to know?
Hypo?
Hyper. No, I said hyper. From the doctor's hypo. What do you want to know?
Hypo?
Hyper. No, I said hyper. Get my mom cleans!
Can you please, Mom?
No, you clean! I want you out of here! You were making you mad. Some 15-fucking-year-old made you mad. You're never gonna record another fucking thing in your life. It's going for a forensic analysis.
What the fuck is going on? Well. Put her mom in jail now. Oh, it's not about jailing. It's like, Jesus fuck. Yeah, former counsel of the president. Yeah. Dude, the funny thing is that's going on in the House. Dude, oh, wait, hold on. There are two, if you're like a Republican politician, there are two like ways you engage with your parents, okay? It's either that or being completely ignored by them. That's the only shit you're getting. CPS legit turned down the case because she's too powerful, no cap. Yeah, no fucking shit. You think CPS has the power to go up against a counselor to the president? You think they have like the political capital to go after something like that? Do you have any idea how hard the administration could fuck with CPS if they did that? Yeah, it doesn't, guys, it doesn't, wait, hold on. We need to focus on what's important here, okay? The most important thing here is that we all know. Based ask Claudia Conway, okay? Investigative journalism. At the end of the day, when it comes to the functioning of this country, I think it's pretty important shit like this gets out there, okay? Claudia put a lot of shit, like risked a lot of shit to make this public. I think that's very impressive and brave. What about now, Vosh? Well, now Kellyanne isn't counsel to the president anymore because Trump isn't the president. Realistically, how old is Claudia? Hold on. Claudia Conway. 16 years old. Realistically speaking, I'm pretty sure that Claudia Conway has way more power than your average victim of parental abuse does, because she has a huge social media presence and in all likelihood could probably get journalistic support or like political protection if she decided to file suit or like a case or do what do you call it when you leave your family? When you remove yourself from your family? What's the term? Emancipate? Yeah, emancipation, yeah. She has more of an opportunity to engage in that than I think most people in that situation would. Which is good. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, we did inauguration. We're now back to regular memeing, okay? If you're a normie, I love you. You're a beautiful person. Subscribe to the goddamn channel, please. I love you. Excuse me. But we're back on the grind right now, okay? Be careful. Stay woke. Look at the Donald Trump. I'll look in a second. Have I seen reality shifting on TikTok? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't use TikTok. Oh, God. Speaking of TikTok, Jesus Christ. So Tyler Bluntman, I think. Tyler Bluntman, that conservative black dude on TikTok, DM'd me, and he's like, do you want to debate on abortion? Why is it always abortion? Why? Abortion is like the most boring topic. It's the most boring topic because nobody who's anti-choice is ever going to change their mind because they hear me talk about it. Ever. The arguments here are legal. They're not philosophical. Even if you believe in the personhood of an infant, it doesn't change the fact that legally you don't want to establish a precedent of violating the bodily autonomy of an individual in order to prevent them from detaching themselves from an entity which relies on them for life. Isn't the scientific argument for abortion better than the legal one? No, science doesn't have an answer on abortion. No matter what people say, it doesn't. Science does not make any determination as to what constitutes a human life. Like, it doesn't. That's obviously not. Like, yeah, science can't answer that question. That's a philosophical question. That also probably can't be answered. Yeah. Make philosophical arguments not legal. What philosophical argument can I make to convince a person who thinks a fetus is a person that it's not a person? Can you explain to me how wait, put yourself in my shoes. I'm arguing with a pro-life Christian conservative. What philosophical argument could I possibly make to make them stop believing a fetus is a person? It's not possible. It's completely arbitrary. It's not, it can't be done. I can make those arguments if I really want to, I can. I just don't think they're very rhetorically effective because they don't care. Reality shifting because people are teleporting to fictional I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What about the Freakonomics study? What Freakonomics study? What are we talking about right now? A fetus is a human at the moment of conception, but doesn't have personhood. Is that what you're saying? Kind of like Ollie's vid. Well, no. How? I don't know what makes a fetus a human. That's like an arbitrary. It's like a fertilized egg is a human. Like, are sperm cells human? Like, are eggs human? What, like, does the unification of the genetic material make it human? But there are also like a bunch of fertilized eggs that go into like the artificial insemination process. Like, so is that all that murder when they get like? Do you really think you're killing a human if a cell and an egg touch each other and then like 2 seconds later you squash it with your fingers? Is that killing a human when it has no cognitive process? It's so arbitrary. It's like, yeah. Guys, stop answering as though you have an answer to this. Nobody has an answer on this, okay? It's not answers. Yeah, of course, Dr. Mantis. Want to talk about the Patriot Party thing? I feel like I've talked about that, but I probably should. Oh, hold on. As long as I'm whining. Oh shit, dude. Hold on. Why does Bad Empanada hate you so much? I say this about a lot of people, and I mean it every time, but this time I mean it doubly so. Okay, Bad Empanada is mentally ill. Bad Empanada is actually mentally ill. Bad Empanada keeps getting banned off Twitter and keeps getting banned off Reddit. He's actually crazy. Not like I don't agree with him. I mean, he's actually crazy. His behavior is irrational. He's went off in my DMs. Yeah, he's like actually off meds. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty weird. Weird stuff. Yeah, if only there was a good empanada. Oh, yeah, by the way. Oh, shit. Okay, hold up, everyone. What is this? Wait. Where does this come from again? The Patriot Party? Yeah, I'll talk about the Patriot Party in a second. And I know that the old Patriot Party was a lefty thing. Dude, this is so fucking dumb. Are you still shadow banned on TikTok? I have no fucking idea. Dude, guys, remember when I was arguing with the Proud Boy? The other day, and the Proud Boy kept calling me a pedophile, like pro CP or something like that? This is the unironic state of the anti-Vosh clip chimpers, okay? This is where we're at right now. So he kept bringing that up, and I was like, okay, let me explain this out of context shit. And then somebody clipped the segment of me responding to his accusation with the out of context clip, and out of context clipped that.
Okay. So I'm asking you. I know these answers, but I'm asking you. Okay, why is it wrong to have child pornography. Okay.
Even in the clip, I say, I know these answers, but why do you? They're the absolute desperate state of clip chippers, dude. Holy shit. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Unironically, that's it. And like stone tosses and the replies and stuff like that. Yeah, that's it. That's the line right there. The funny thing, the actual obnoxious thing that comes up is that every time somebody else brings it up when they talk to me, I have to address it. But then me addressing it gets clipped, and people in the responses are like, "Why does he keep talking about this?" That happens every single time. Why does he keep talking about this? But it's like, fuck. Like, what do I do? Like when somebody else brings it up, do I like ignore it? Stone Toss weirdly obsessed with you. I don't know why. There's always a pull thread on me. All Nazis are obsessed with me. This sounds like braggadocious or whatever, but all Nazis live in perpetual fear of me, okay? They clutch their little baby Groiper pillows as they fall asleep at night, and they wake up in tears because they dreamt that they had debated me, okay? They live in perpetual fucking fear. Unironically, I think that in terms of like the online left, I've probably been the most aggressive and the most effective at making Nazis look like absolute fucking lunatics. I think that I've probably done that better than anyone else. The possible exception being Destiny, but Destiny hasn't been doing any of this stuff for about a year and a half. So yeah, or hasn't been doing it against conservatives that much in the past year and a half. So yeah. So they live in perpetual fear of me, and they talk about me all the time. There's always a pull thread. They're always freaking out. The Kiwi Farms lunatics are always on me, but that's okay. I'm done with like the Nazi shit because it's fucking boring, dude. It's insanely fucking boring. They're all, what was that term I just used? Mental midgets? No, they're all really, 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 really dumb. I've never had a debate with a Nazi where they didn't look like a fucking clown. Remember Stryker and Alsop? What the fuck? Those two were like, they're like some of the biggest online people doing, you know? Like, it's like every time. It's like, fuck. It's so one-sided. Where are they now? Alsop got banned off YouTube a while back. I don't know if Stryker was ever on YouTube. Because Stryker is way too mask off to be on YouTube, I think. Stryker is full on, like, saying the N-word, like, Jews do this, Jews do that. So I don't think Stryker ever could have been on YouTube, but yeah. That debate was top-tier brain damage? Yeah, well, that's just them. That's what they are. There aren't, like, good, smart Nazis. I used to think Nick Fuentes was kind of smart, but then he like started talking about how dinosaurs aren't real, and I thought like, wait, no, hold on. He's just like verbose. Not even verbose. What would the appropriate term be? Certainly not eloquent. Jovial? There's a term for it. Like kind of like boisterously communicative. A sophist, maybe, yeah. Bombastic, yeah, a little bit of all of that, yeah, it fits in. Witty. I think witty would probably be the best, but probably not smart. Did he seriously say dinosaurs didn't exist? Yeah, he did, yeah. It was saying, like, he actually did a segment about it, and later he walked it back because he was embarrassed. It was really fucking funny. He was talking about, he was like, I'm not sold on dinosaur. I don't know. It's big lizards thousands of years ago. I'm not buying it. And then later, like, of course, everyone made fun of him. Like, everyone did, you know? And then later, I got a clip. He was like in a live stream. He was like, well, I didn't really mean it. But that was like weeks afterwards. And he definitely fucking meant it. So, yeah. Pretty funny. But they were birds, though, lol. Yeah, dinosaurs were like big fucking birds. Big feathery birds. It's crazy. Didn't you say you'd burn the Biden shirt? Yes, but then I forgot. We'll do it. We'll do a big spectacle of it, okay? I also keep wanting to go to a fucking gun range so I can do a segment on guns. I imagine in my head be like, bah, 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 and then like, hello, I'm Vosh. Let me talk about guns or something. I don't know. I feel like it'd be fun. I'm probably going to have to do like 70 takes, though, because I have to make sure that my accuracy is good. Because nothing would undersell my point harder than if I was like, bah, 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 bah. Now let me talk to you about guns. And then, like, I pull in the target, and it's, like, fucking wide. Like, there's no two bullet holes, like, within 3 inches of each other or something like that. Are we keeping malarkey? Yeah, we have to keep malarkey. Malarkey's still fun. We can't just because we'll be criticizing Biden doesn't mean that we can't pretend that Biden is a communist when arguing with conservatives, okay? I'm going to keep doing that, by the way. I hope you guys haven't gotten tired of that, because when I argue with conservatives, I'm still going to act as though he's the leader of Antifa. It's going to be funny. I'm going to keep doing it. We're removing Trump, right? I'll think about it. It's a new era, you know? Look at Styx Hexenhammer's look at Styx Hexenhammer's new video. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh man, we're really going for it, aren't we? I'm ready to clench my asshole. All my Kegels are gonna pay off, okay? Jesus Christ. He's got like the LARP gear, like the upturned bucket helmet and the gigantic gas mask, and then he's got like these tiny little bitch boy thin fucking framed glasses that completely ruin the look. Why wouldn't you take your glasses off? You're talking into a mic. What do you need your eyes for? Does he read a script? I don't know. All right, hit it up. What's the thing? Beijing Biden's disturbing DC paranoia, National Guard vetting, and other hijinks. What is this? I'm pretty sure Styx Hexenhammer was in favor of the attack on the Capitol. Is he going to be like, we attack, like, you're getting security beefed up after we attack the Capitol? Is that? Oh, I should probably unmute it. That would probably assist in the viewing experience.
Alright everyone, talk about the most massive fucking cocksucking, disgusting bullshit you could possibly have from an incoming ass.
When you just learned how to swear. When you're 12 years old and your parents left the room and you get on voice chat with your friends.
President. We gotta talk about Biden again. Oh, little Joe. He's doing the paranoia thing now. I don't know, is paranoia a sign of Alzheimer's disease? Isn't it a little bit odd when the incoming asterisk commander-in-chief is literally purging National Guardsmen from around him based on their political views? Like, what?
Wait, isn't it weird to, like, before the inauguration, vet your security detail to make sure none of them are associated to any groups that might want to harm the president? No, I'm pretty sure that's pretty normal, actually. How is that? I think that's pretty normal. When it comes to protecting the president, it's the job of his security detail to be paranoid. You know that's their job, right? Yeah. The Secret Service's job is to be paranoid. That's what they do. Also, it's really funny that Styx Hexenhammer would make fun of anybody else for being paranoid when Styx Hexenhammer is literally like, in addition to being a weirdo, like one of those, the communist Chinese Ukrainian, or not Ukrainian, sorry, Venezuelan black ops agents are going to receive their crypto intel via 5G signals and enact a psycho war against the, like, he's one of those crazy fucking, like, I don't know if he's a sovereign citizen. I don't think he's a sovereign citizen. I think he's just a fucking idiot. I remember there was a debate he did with Destiny a while ago, which was really interesting to me because I got the feeling that he didn't know the definition of a single word that he was using. It was really, really, really interesting. I wish I would like dig that up and look at it. It's such a testament to this guy's inability to comment on politics.
What a fucking load of disgusting stupidity. The idea that an element of the military that doesn't necessarily like your political views is going to shoot you or something, that's the ultimate disrespect to our entire military. This dude.
Except they weren't vetting out people who were Trump supporters. I don't know where he's getting this from. At any point, the Secret Service wasn't vetting guards for being Trump supporters. I don't know what he's talking about. Isn't he a Holocaust denier? Yeah, Styx was a Holocaust denier. Styx used to talk about his Holocaust denialism, but he cut it out and now makes fun of people who mention it because he's learned that you can't talk like that on YouTube anymore without getting banned, and this is how he makes his money. These leather jackets are not cheap, so he is quiet about it, but dude's 100% a Holocaust denier, yeah.
Dude, supposedly their leader. So I guess, yeah, talk about unity. Hey, if you voted for Donald Trump, if you said something on social media 3 years ago I don't fucking like, you're not allowed to be on my security detail because...
Okay, wait, what is he... wait, where is he getting this information? That if he 10 minutes ago, or 3 years ago, you said something that he didn't like, you get booted from it? Where's he? He's just making this up. Wait, hold on. Oh, somebody linked this. Is this it? Another Skeptic 1v5. Yeah, Styx Hexenhammer. He comes in at 10 minutes? Hold on, wait.
No, I am, I'll back up.
Here we go. Okay, wait. I'm sorry, just listen to this guy talk.
Sounds like something you'd do.
Really?
Yeah, it does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Can
definitely
can
have.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, buddy.
Wonderful. No, I am. I'll back up on you on that one, but it's funny that you were alluding to the Olaris bullshit on your Twitter page, and then this happens.
What?
I find it quite funny.
People talk about you. What am I supposed to say? I don't know what's true or not. Unlike the people in this call, though, I don't care about gotchas.
yeah.
That's why
They're referring to the Holocaust denial clip from Styx Hexenhammer, where he said that Zyklon B is a delousing agent and can't kill people, when on the Wikipedia page it says it can kill people.
tweeted at you when I asked.
ROTC can't tell what's true or what's not, then they should shut the fuck up, dude.
All I did was I tweeted at you and I asked you what your point of view was. Like when I saw the video, that's it.
Oddly enough, I actually had more respect for you than probably a lot of other people here, and then I saw you supporting globalism, so then I'm like, nah.
What can I say? I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry if that bothers you.
That's not capitalism, that's corporatism, and you know it. That's disingenuous bullshit.
Okay.
Dude, that's disingenuous bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's capitalism 101.
Fuck you,
if you're in favor
everybody.
if you're in favor, I don't know, are you like for pro-communist or Marxist, or what do you mean?
No, you want to fuck you with the false dichotomy. You want to enslave everybody.
This is why he doesn't debate. This is why he did a video saying he wouldn't debate me, by the way. This guy, impressively, this guy comes off smarter than he actually is in his videos.
To that interventionist bullshit.
Enslave everybody. Do you think that? Well, here I'm curious. Do you think that like all? Do you think all labor?
Collectivist.
Do you think all labor is? Do you think all labor is exploitive? Wait, do you think all labor is exploitive?
Yeah, if it's organized, yeah, it's a collectivist. It's not capitalistic.
Okay.
Capitalism is I have my own land. I'm going to do what I want, and I'm going to kill anybody that comes on my land and tries to fuck with me.
Yeah. So anyway, the point that I'm getting at is this guy has literally no fucking idea what he's talking about. At any point in time, about anything.
I don't trust you. Did Trump ever do this?
But I like to imagine, since he wasn't on video in that call with Destiny, that this is how he was dressed up at the time.
Trump had done this, the MSM would call him a dictator wannabe. If Trump had said, well, I'm not going to have anyone that voted for Hillary Clinton on my detail. I don't trust the Secret Service at all because some of them are Democrats or whatever. They would have flipped out. They probably would have been fucking impeached him for it.
What?
But now,
wait, first of all, that's not an impeachable offense. Second of all, again, where is he getting this from? Dude, the Secret Service aren't booting Trump-supporting members. Only members that have, like, ties to insurrectionary groups or that have sympathies to, like, insurrection, which is their job. You would do the same thing in the regular military. I don't know if Styx Hexenhammer knows this. I don't think he's ever gone outside, judging from his frame and his skin color. But like in the military, if you're an insurrectionist, they'll also boot you. Like if you're in the military and you're like, yeah, I think we should kill the president and hang the vice president, they'll also boot you out for that. You can't do that. That's not allowed.
Beijing Biden, he faces no questions. They'd rather talk about his dogs. They'd rather talk about his dog socks, his ice cream. It's funny, he had a fluff piece. Literally the other day I'm like, HuffPo, oh, all the times that his love for ice cream melted our hearts. What a fucking pile of bitchin' bullshit. Anyway, so I guess Beijing Biden is literally paranoid now too. So our asterisk president, he's paranoid. He forgets where he is. He says weird racist shit. And the
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
MSM won't even call him out. Meanwhile, that same MSM is headhunting after alt media and alt tech in order to try to deplatform anyone that tells the truth.
So, wait, this is we're only, if you can believe it, less than 2 minutes into this video. This is a rhetorical technique that's often used by these crackpots. It's that their videos never have one subject. That's a very, very, very important thing, okay? If they just focus on one subject, they lay out a concrete argument and you can pick it apart. But instead what they do is they just run all over the fucking place. It's not just a Gish Gallop, because a Gish Gallop is like levying a bunch of arguments all together in quick succession, that prevent you from being able to respond to any of them appropriately. That's a Gish Gallop. But in this case, it's almost like the Chewbacca defense as well, because you destroy your opponent's ability to even counter-argue by just throwing out the weirdest bullshit. I'm sorry, I just realized that he has a framed BitChute plaque here for 10,000 subscribers. Sorry.
Get the truth here. I'm almost glad that I can't upload to YouTube right now so I can be a lot more frank about things.
Wait,
Fuck
what?
Beijing.
Oh, I guess he had a bit of a gap 4 days ago, so he couldn't upload for 3 days? Okay. I don't know. But then he uploads this anyway? I couldn't say.
Biden, he's a retard. Anyway, it's also the liberals have sold out.
Sorry.
Number one, we got to talk about that really briefly, because they're defending Liz Cheney right now. They're defending Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell, because he comes in and says, well, the president, Turtle Man backstabs Trump at the 11th hour, by the way. Talk about twisting the knife. He's like, well, his comments inflamed things.
See, he's not talking about any one thing. He's jumping all over the place. It's a really, really, really effective technique. Right now, there's a big market for desperate shut-ins who are like 3 bad days away from killing themselves. And putting out to address that market, you want to put out as many videos as possible of you drolly like talking into your microphone about how fucked the world is. This is the black pill diet, okay? It's a very, very, very profitable industry to people like Styx Hexenhammer who don't give a fuck about their audience. See, what you do is you put them in a constant state of delusional paranoia, so they have nothing really to live for except the prospect of surviving to see a different administration, one that you keep promising them is just around the horizon, but seems to keep never coming. You saw this happen with Trump and all the fucking Nazis saying that he was going to lead the white race to the promised land, etc., etc. Now they're backing off of him. You make a lot of money off these people too, because they tend not to have friends or hobbies, so they have lots to donate, you know? Also, this is unrelated, but Styx Hexenhammer has cross-dressed and does it, frankly, I say this every time, frankly, think he sells it better than the mask look. Just gotta say. My personal opinion.
Capital. People had incited what happened. Fucking bullshit. Fucking Turtle Man. I knew I was right not to trust this bastard. Anyway, he was born out of his mother's asshole, not her pussy. That was too busy. And then also, here's one good thing. Beijing Biden is not a 0 out of 10 asterisk incoming Manchurian candidate. He's a...
Wait, why does he keep saying asterisk? This video was uploaded after the inauguration. It was uploaded less than an hour ago. This happened. This was after the inauguration. Is it just like because he's not really the president because it was stolen from Trump or something?
0.5 out of 10. So see, he's not at rock bottom. He's actually got a half a point. Here's why. He just fucking fucked the leftists completely. Sure. Now these grifting sellouts, in order to save their dying careers, won't say anything, but I guarantee inside they're pissed. Why?
Wait, who?
Did you see his immigration proposal? Did I not claim, as soon as he was nominated, hey, if he's elected, you know, he's going to go back on all these promises he's making.
True.
He already did it on guns. Now he's going after potentially crypto through Janet Yellen. Talk about an investment that people like the Moocher aren't going to be very happy about in the future.
He's not elaborating. I actually don't know what he's talking about because he's not elaborating on a single fucking thing that he's saying. He doesn't dwell on any point or attempt to even make a point. He just like vaguely alludes to a thing that's happened and expects you to fill in the blanks to foment the best possible emotional response. Of course he likes crypto. Yeah, crypto shit is super weird. Crypto is like a good speculative investment, but anybody who thinks that crypto is currency, certainly fucking Bitcoin, is a lunatic. I don't know how blockchain works, okay? But I do know how economics works well enough to know that any currency that fluctuates in price that often and that quickly is not a fucking currency worth taking seriously. It's just something to invest in.
Whoops, fuck you, you're gonna lose millions of dollars. Yeah, crypto will still rise, but it'll be a longer term curve. It'll be depressed somewhat by such rancor. Did you see his immigration proposal? Oh, you can get citizenship in 8 years. Oh, so you're not going to instantly grant amnesty to all these people. Very interesting. Just as goddamn fucking predicted. You know what's going to happen?
Have you guys heard this one before? Hey, chat. What is he doing right now? We know this, don't we? Vaguely... Come on, you can do it. Vaguely gesturing An imagined hypocrisy. That's right. Rather than arguing why the things Biden is doing is bad, instead of actually making an argument, he's instead saying that the lefties got cucked because he didn't fulfill his promises. I didn't expect Biden to fulfill any of his promises. Didn't he promise a path to citizenship anyway? Yeah, I don't think Biden ever promised to just immediately make all illegal immigrants citizens or any... I don't know what he's alluding to in this video, but yeah.
He's saying 8 years because he figures that in the off chance he's actually still alive in 8 years and hasn't burst a blood vessel in his brain or some shit or gotten such bad Alzheimer's he has to step down, leading to President Camel Toe, he's figuring then they can kick the can down the road further. They know the GOP...
Another thing that conservatives like to do is they never ever show respect to people they dislike, even accidentally. This is the reason why Trump gave everyone like a nickname, okay? It's very important to reinforce the contempt your audience feels by these people by dehumanizing them. If you'd said Vice President Kamala Harris, you could have made the exact same point. You didn't. Instead, you chose President Camel Toe. Does Kamala have any particularly prominent camel toe? I have no fucking idea. I don't know what Sticks Hexenhammer Googles. I don't know what he jerks off to. But the denigration of people is a component to dehumanizing them, which is really, really, really important. If you take a look at like Poll or like the Donald.win, very, very, very rarely will people on the far right ever refer to people who aren't on the far right by their names and titles. Now, am I saying you have to pay due respect to President Kamala? No. You can make fun of these people, but it is pretty evident, in addition to pretty juvenile, like Vice President Camel Toe, something you're really reaching for in a desperate attempt to get your audience to like engage in the same sycophantic childlike condemnation, you know?
He'll have the House and Senate 2 years and reverse it. They'll never give them amnesty. They want them to be slaves. They want these people to be in a gray area where they can work but they don't get full benefits. They've created a slave class of 11 million people, and there are leftists out there that consider that to be good. You consider that to be merciful. It'd be more merciful to kill these people or send them back to their homes.
More merciful to kill these people. This guy's a fucking lunatic. More merciful to kill. So, Sticks Hexenhammer unironically believes that purging 11 to 13 million undocumented immigrants would be more ethical to them, to the undocumented immigrants, than continuing to allow them to exist in this country. This is another lie they like to sell, by the way. The idea that there's no way for these people to exist like happily and peacefully here, so they have to leave this country. If Sticks Hexenhammer was actually concerned with the treatment of undocumented immigrants, then he would be a civil rights activist advocating for their better treatment. Donald Trump locked them in cages. Donald Trump separated their families from their children. Donald Trump oversaw an administration where thousands of them were systemically sexually harassed or abused or raped by ICE guards. He didn't give a fuck about any of that. He never complained. He would down-talk lefties or liberals who pointed that out. But now that Biden has been president for 1 hour and 52 minutes, suddenly he is incredibly concerned with the plight of the undocumented immigrant, and so concerned, by the way, that he is willing to undertake the selfless task of overseeing the execution of over 10 million people, because that would be preferable to the state that they're in now. Very noble.
It'd be more merciful to send them back to the third world than to keep them as slaves here. These people have the audacity to call me a bigot because I oppose such a thing.
Wait. Keep in mind that Sticks is a white nationalist who's openly stated he is closer to an alt-righter and has alluded to the Jewish question. He's the co-host of Happy Homelands, a podcast hosted by a neo-Nazi. Yeah, Sticks Hexenhammer's it. Could you not tell? But yeah, Sticks Hexenhammer's a neo-Nazi. He just wants minorities dead. But, like, it's just cringy how he, like, does it, you know? I'd have a lot more respect for Nazis if they were upfront with their views, but they're all such fucking pussies. Sticks Hexenhammer is such a fucking beta male, dude. They always do this. I get you want to stay on YouTube, but, like, fuck me, dude. You have to talk around it all the time. I actually really care about the, I really care about the immigrants, dude. They're like slaves here. We should kill them all. It'd be better than them being slaves. Like, dude, just say the Jews want to keep disorganized labor around so they can keep wages down for the goyim, and that you want to slaughter the immigrants so that you can disempower the transnational corporations the Jews control. Like, dude, I know your arguments. Just say it. Like, why? It's so fucking lazy.
Now, build the fucking wall. Biden's gonna stop that too, so, it's completely goddamn useless, and so is he. He's been useless since the day he was born out of his mother's asshole because her pussy was too busy.
Wait, you already used that one! Dude, you're short-circuiting right now! He just did it again! This is a 4-minute video, and it's the same cringy joke. Come on.
That's about all. Peace out.
Okay, yeah, alright, video's over. Alright, nice meme. Stick, Sex, and Hammer is also on the mentally ill checklist. He literally just uploaded another video? What the fuck? What is this one? The Occult 278, my first totally lucid dream with full self-worth. He's into occultism, of course, in case you couldn't tell. Nice. I will never understand the appeal. Never in my life, I will never understand the appeal. But, you know, there are lots of different types of people. Nazis and occultism? Yeah, pretty, you know, pretty, match made in heaven. Oh, the comment section. Oh, you're completely right. My goodness, how could I forget? All right, what do we got? Poor kids are just as bright and addicted to crack as my white son, Joe Biden. Nice. Sticks over here. Hey, remember what I said about the doomer pill? The black pill posting? Sticks over here preparing for doomsday. Can't blame him, though. Liked by Sticks Hexenhammer. This is the goal of channels like these. Incoherent rambling by an occult-obsessed neo-Nazi. 500,000 subscribers. Posting like 4 videos a day. No thumbnails. No effort. Shit tier mic. And he does all of it because he knows that his audience of like doomer social rejects are going to keep coming back anyway. It's pretty insulting Trump and by extension his supporters of him were labeled fascists, only for Biden to effectively act like a fascist before he got sworn in. What? Sticks trying to get banned at this point? Wait, what did Sticks say that was ban-worthy? He said retard. Is that it? You don't get banned from YouTube for saying retard. He liked a comment saying his gas mask was rad as hell. Watching Biden's inauguration is the same as watching America's funeral. Nice meme. Laughing so hard while being cheesed at current events. He's back and well-dressed. What's the occultist, doomer, neo-Nazi equivalent of the Milady fedora tipper? Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Trump shall be remembered as we remember Leonidas of Sparta. A leader who lost the battle but awakened the will to remain free in the hearts of his people. Dude, I've got a lot of young people in my audience because I'm hip and fresh. But I have to say, nothing you guys post is anywhere near as embarrassing as the shit I see in right-wing channels. Holy fuck. Come on. Not even, like, close. Like, not even remotely close. When I check my YouTube comments and stuff, and I see people, usually it's, like, earnest, but I never see anything even close to that. Congratulations on being significantly less cringe than the communities of the people I dislike. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are a good kind of cringe. You're earnest, you know? You're earnest, and you're happy, and you're involved. And by the way, the last thing I ever want to foment in you guys is a sense of doomerism. That is my main criticism of Chapo Trap House. What kind of useful political advocate can you be if you're all fucking bent over, sucking your own dicks, like fucking doomer posting on Twitter about how there's no point in doing anything about anything? Bad shit. Bad shit. 20% of chat is kind of nuts, though? Well, yeah, sure. You're all fucking lunatics, but still. Do you have any idea of the average age of the internet neo-Nazi? I mean, there's a pretty there's a pretty broad range of like there are like, you have your average 12-year-old Minecraft playing neo-Nazi, and then you have like the 16-year-old neo-Nazi who like horny posts about like white women all the fucking time nonstop. And then you have like the 23-year-old like wage cuck neo-Nazi. Like there's such a wide range, you know, but none of them are happy. That's the common thread. Focus not on age, but on mental state. No happy person would ever be a Nazi. Why would they ever be that? Why? What a waste of time. Vosh, you've said we should criticize Biden, which I agree with, but I remember back to 2016 when the right attacked Hillary and they made me more conservative. How do we avoid letting that happen to potential socialists while still criticizing? Oh, it's easy. There are different ways to criticize people. Most of the criticisms that Hillary Clinton got were from the, yeah, please, were from the far right, and they were not the far right, but just the right in general, and they weren't like, the right wasn't criticizing Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton was going to do a bad job representing the working class. They were criticizing Hillary Clinton because she was like a pedo, Pizzagate, whatever, you know? And a woman. A lot of her being a woman. How do you feel about President Biden? He's your president now. Artemy is a fascist and thus does not like this. Yeah? Yes, he wants to escape. You're gonna cry about it? You're gonna cry and shit and cum about Biden being your president? He's so fucking heavy, dude. Wonder if he's like 20 pounds now. So heavy. Blub, 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 blub. Again, he's not fat. We've taken him to the vet. He's healthy. Yeah, double baby? Double baby for Inauguration Day. Give her. Violence! Pigeon, win! Pigeon! Pigeon, win! No! Goodbye, Pigeon. Yeah? Well, Artemy weighs 3 times as much as her, so it's kind of not a fair fight, you know? He wants to chase Pigeon. All right, go, be free. Go! Chase! Yes! And close the door. All right.
They've just been playful.
Good babies. Puffed? Uh-oh. Violence, baby. Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Fucking cat hair, man. Okay. We demand the Donald Duck win. I could be drawing today, you know that? Oh, it's an important day. I shouldn't be a brat. What thread would be good to watch? Hold on. Draw stream? No, I'm insecure in my drawing ability. I wonder if it'd be... Wait, actually, I'm kind of curious. Wait, can you hold on for just a second? Wait, hold on. We're not doing this, but I want to see something. Okay, hold on. If I, got cat hair on my mouth now. Okay. So, a Cintiq is a large... This isn't even the largest one. A Cintiq is basically a monitor that you, display. You can put it on your table or lap or whatever. This isn't even the biggest one. The 30-inch one's massive. But which side's which? This side. If we flip it appropriately, I just wonder if it'd be possible to upload this to Slobs. Give me a second. Hold on. So if we give me a sec, just a sec. So if we do this and then we add another display. Display capture. Add source. Add new source. This one will be the Cintiq. Okay, mouse. Thank you. And that's interesting. It doesn't seem to allow the Cintiq to be something that's captured. Why is that? Let me see. Hold on. Can you just stream the Wacom thing? Let me see. In OBS, you have to pick which display you want to output. If you would use window capture to just stream your Photoshop /CS. Oh, that's a good idea. Hold on. Then we open this right here. Give me a second. Window capture, and can it continue? Does that work? So even if I moved it, how? It seems to be engaging in some sort of strange inverse scaling, where the larger size of the Cintiq obscures. That work? Okay, wait. I think this might work now. Okay, I think we did it. There we go. This work? A little bit cut off, but I just fuck with the pen settings anyway. Yeah, looks like it works. Nice. Okay, we're not doing anything now, but now I know that'll work. Hold on, does it let me move this around? If I do this. Nice. Okay, fantastic. A power I now have. Art stream now? Absolutely not. Here. Wow, this is really awkward drawing at this angle. Oh my god, the angle. Oh no, I have to get used to this. There, that's me. All right, good meme. Get rid. Okay, cool. Find ways to fix that up in the future. Am I formally trained in any way? Absolutely not. Uh-oh. Okay. There we go. Okay, we fixed it. Okay, Ruben is live. We'll take a look at Ruben. Hold on. Here. Here. Get in there. I need to engage in some cable management. Jesus Christ. Ah. Okay. Whew. Hello. Okay, Dave Rubin. Fine. Dave, okay, yep. Where did the Biden China meme come from? China is like the big communist boogeyman to the American right, even though they're not communist. And everyone to the left of Trump is a communist, so they're all Chinese plants. Okay. Wait.
It goes down.
Here we go.
But everything sort of seems to be okay. But I thought we'd start by showing this clip from CNN yesterday. This went viral on the Twitter machine there, and I think it's sort of a perfect
and we got more viewers than him
of what we should expect for the next 4 years from our beloved journalists at CNN.
Journalists.
Those lights that are just shooting out from the Lincoln Memorial along the reflecting pool. It's like almost extensions of Joe Biden's arms embracing America. It was a moment where the new president came to town.
I think I'm going to agree with
the country in this
Dave
moment
Rubin
of
on
remembrance,
this one.
outstretching his arms.
Extensions of Joe Biden's arms, hugging, embracing, fondling America. Can you feel the love? Oh, God. I mean, I just thought that clip, there's a gajillion of those. Trust me, I could show you a gajillion. That's a lot. That's a big number of those type of clips of just these slobbering people. And it's like, all right, that's the way we're going to do this. The lights across the pond. He's hugging us and lifting our butts and patting us on the head, sniffing our hair. It's just so sad and pathetic, but we are going to have to get used to that. And as I said, that's sort of why they will also need Trump. They will need Trump because no matter what happens in the next couple of years, when we go back to wars or whatever it might be, they're going to have to say, well, it was because Trump did this, that, or the other thing. So they need him to be the perpetual bad guy in the script, right? He doesn't just get written out of the script now. He's now just the perpetual bad guy that they can always aim the fire at. And we're just going to see a lot. We're going to see so much more of this. It's nauseating. Anyway, Biden was inaugurated. We've got a couple images from what's going on. There was the Capitol lawn. Not a lot of people there. I get it. Social distancing, the pandemic, although nobody's talking about the pandemic anymore. Although, my governor
people are talking about it every day. What the fuck are you talking about?
Tweeted out that today he feels patriotic, which is sort of interesting thing for him to say. So for the last 4 years, I guess because he didn't like the president, he wasn't patriotic when he was eating those fancy meals at French Laundry, but he's patriotic today. Still, though, keeping us in lockdown. It's 75 and sunny outside. I can't have a cup of coffee with a friend outside, or I'll be dragged away.
Yeah, you absolutely
But
can.
in any
You
event,
just
that
can't
has nothing
do
to
any
with
dining.
The inauguration per se. But yeah, so we've got some photos here. That's the God, it's depressing. What else do we got? I think we've got Joe being sworn in. Oh, there's Lady Gaga. Goo goo for Gaga. Gaga, I mean, the funny thing to me about Gaga, putting aside, I mean, lady, he's up on the fillers, is that she sort of was this like born this way monster, different. Her whole thing was about you being you, be different. And all she really wanted to do at the end was just like suck up to power, like just be one of the things in the machine. Anyway, I don't particularly care about the Gaga, but she sang over there, very nice. She's just one of us. There's Joe Biden being sworn in, and that went off without a hitch, so that's good. What else do we got here? I think we've got some others. Yeah, there's Joe. Do we have anything with Kamala? Do we have Kamala? We don't have a Kamala. Kamala was smiling a lot. Yeah, she. Oh, and then of course.
Not that he gives a fuck. I think it's Kamala, by the way. I think Kamala is the pronunciation there.
Everybody stood. Nobody got on their knees. Nobody got in trouble. We could be proud about America again. It was a shameful place yesterday and for the 4 years before, but totally good now. And it's a very.
What the fuck is he talking about? Dude, conservatives have the biggest fucking victim complex in the universe, dude. They bitch about fucking everything. And all these leftists, all of a sudden, they're totally okay with the White House. I mean, for the past 4 years, they haven't liked the White House. They've said it's an evil place, but now they're suddenly okay with it. That's so crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? They didn't like the presidential administration. Now there's a new one. Their minds changed. A different administration. What do you mean? You're so fucking stupid, dude. Here's another person who I'll never be able to debate because they learned a long time ago that they should be kept as far as fucking way as possible from any live engagement with a person who disagrees with them. That's why the Rubin Report was such an embarrassing fucking circle jerk. Remember when Marianne Williamson went on the Rubin Report and made him look like a fucking idiot because she just pointed out some obvious facts, like lightly? Yeah. Oh yeah, his debate with David Pakman was a fucking stomp. Like, it's insane.
Exciting time. Already what we're seeing, obviously, is Biden is reversing a lot of Trump's executive actions. He's doing a bunch of his executive actions. First day in office. They always do a lot of stuff first day in office. You know, on the executive action front, this is exactly what I've always said. You can literally find videos of me 5 years ago when I was a progressive saying the same thing, that the true danger of executive actions is the more that we let the executive branch, the president, who's just supposed to sort of set the table and sign laws into existence, not write laws, the more that we give that branch the power to write laws, well, then what we're going to be in is in this perpetual state of 4 years of this, 4 years of the reverse, 4 years of...
Damn, then it sure is a shame that Donald Trump continued to support Mitch McConnell for fucking Senate Majority Leader, who made it literally impossible for any legislation to make its way through Congress, and therefore relied entirely on executive orders, up to the point where he was using them illegally, and several of his executive orders ended up getting shut down by the Supreme Court.
Of this, 4 years of the reverse. And we'll just do that back and forth. So Trump did a lot via executive action. I think a little less than Obama, but somebody can fact check me on that. Can we check that? The executive actions of the last like 4 or 5 presidents. Let's just see. But the idea that presidents do so much by executive action is very dangerous. And by the way, at some level, you can't blame them because Congress is so corroded and stiff and calcified.
Which part of Congress? Which part of Congress do bills keep dying at? The House has passed plenty of bills in the past 4 years.
And nothing good really can come of it. And these people are not really working for us. They're just working so that they can become lobbyists later and everything else. All right, we're going to get some numbers.
Isn't it interesting how Donald Trump literally just repealed an executive action he put into law, saying that people who work for in the presidential cabinet can't go on and become lobbyists for 5 years afterwards. He just repealed that so that all the people who worked with him can go and become lobbyists. He just did that. He did that.
On the executive actions in a sec. But in any event, what you don't want is the guy that's in charge to just do what he wants through the stroke of a pen so it can be reversed by the next guy. Like that's not a good way to govern, and it's a deeply dangerous way to govern, actually. Okay, so I got some numbers here. So Bill Clinton did 364 executive actions. George W. Bush did 291, so a little bit less. Obama did 276, a little bit less, and Trump actually did the least, 218. Now, I suspect it'll be interesting to see what Biden...
Except... Bill Clinton was a 2-term president. George W. Bush was a 2-term president. Barack Obama was a 2-term president. Donald Trump was a 1-term president. So per year, he actually signed more executive orders than any president since, let me go back, Gerald Ford.
Biden will be able to do because, you know, he's got more power now because of what's going on in the Congress and Senate. We'll see if he's able to just push more stuff through legislatively, or they just won't care and they'll just be like, all right, just do it with the stroke of a pen. And one of the things that I am worried about is, for those of us that actually believe our founding documents are good.
I don't know how people listen to this guy. He is so fucking stupid, dude. Oh my God. Dave Rubin is extraordinary to me. How there are like appeals elsewhere, but I genuinely don't know what kind of person Dave Rubin appeals to. An infant could listen to a Dave Rubin segment and begin to pick apart the logical fallacies or like the blatant misinformation. I don't know who this is meant to appeal to. Is it Gerald, not Gerald? Whatever, I don't care. Gerald sounds cooler, and it sounds like Geralt of Rivia, which is a cool dude, okay?
And that the Constitution is good and the Bill of Rights and the separation of powers. It's like, do these things, and this is something that Michael Malice said to me a couple weeks ago when we did that panel show. It's like, these things exist, right? Like, they exist, and a certain amount of people believe in them. But if the people that are in charge or the powers that be don't believe in them, then what use are they really beyond the paper that they're written on? Like, what they have to be living, meaning we're exercising.
All right, I have good news, guys. Dave Rubin will never debate me, so we have to crush him in the free marketplace of ideas, okay? So, here, we're introducing the Google Trends scroll of the past 5 years, okay? It's blue as Dave Rubin, red as me. We're catching up. We're catching up. Then we'll have our own talk show, and I'll get to say dumb shit. That's the goal. Where's the Vosh report at?
The words that are written on the paper, not living in that we can just change them as we see fit. So
that's it. I feel like my numbers are distorted because I feel like half of my fucking Google search activity has to be from people who hate me, right? Maybe.
It's going to be a little dangerous going forward. We'll see how much they do on that front. But as I said, Joe Biden is president. I don't want an insurrection. I don't want violence. I will keep telling you what I think. Although, to get to the third story of the day, it might be a little more difficult to tell you guys what I think and what any sort of contrarian opinion is, because you can feel right now a major move. Obviously, big tech's banning a whole bunch of people. I just saw before I got on here that there seems to be another Twitter purge of some fairly big accounts today. That's obviously not surprising.
I am calling for a ban on the term big tech, because every time somebody says big tech, I can hear the echo signs around it, all right? Just say Twitter, okay? Say Twitter, say Facebook. All of these different online companies have different terms of service. They have different policies and different histories with censorship and with deplatforming and with banning, okay? If you know this issue well enough to bitch about it, then you should know it well enough to be able to differentiate the different companies, okay? Stop relying. Anytime you rely on like a vague aggregate term like big tech, you're essentially relying on your audience's ignorance to do the work for you, okay? I'm calling for a moratorium on this term, whether you're on the right or the left.
At all, and everyone's just going to complain about it and not do anything about it. And our congressmen, they can have some meetings every now and again, and they can get on C-SPAN for, you Jack, you're a bad man there. And it's like, okay, well, you didn't do anything about it, so whatever, it is what it is. But you can really feel a narrative being written right now, being scripted right in front of our eyes, that everyone conservative, it's not just, like they've tried to turn the Trump people, they went from Nazis to now they're insurrectionists and terrorists and no-fly lists. but now they're going to have to keep.
Wait, what did that sentence just mean? They went from Nazis to terrorists to insurrectionists to no-fly list. What does that sentence mean? Can somebody explain to me? Is he talking about, like, which groups were referred to by which terms? Is he saying everyone who was once called a Nazi is now called a member of the no-fly list? Is he saying that everyone who was called a Nazi is now called an insurrectionist? What is he talking about? What if there are just people on the right who are Nazis, and people on the right who are insurrectionists, and people on the right who are terrorists? And sometimes these groups overlap.
Keep widening that to conservatives, right? Conservatives, or basically anyone not woke, which is why for years
not woke.
I've been saying that it's...
So people are getting banned off Twitter for being not woke. Are there any examples of that? Is that a thing that I can get an example of? Well, this person was banned for not believing in gender ideology, and then you look into it for like 2 seconds, and it turns out they were leading a harassment campaign against some 14-year-old trans girl or something. It always turns out to be like that, by the way. Like, every single time. Like, this person got banned just for speaking their opinion, and you look into it, and they were like, it was either organizing a harassment campaign, or speaking a bunch of slurs, or openly calling for violence. Like, every time. Now, technically, and I will admit, leading a harassment campaign against a 14-year-old trans girl isn't woke. That's true. You got that one correct. But you're not being banned for not being woke. You're being banned because harassing people is against the terms of service.
All of us versus the wokesters. That's all it is. And I don't even think there's that many of them. They've usurped a tremendous amount of institutional power.
There aren't even that many of them. However, they control every institution in the United States, and Western civilization is crumbling. Hello, fascism alert. Jesus Christ. The enemy has to be at once overwhelmingly strong, but also pithy and weak. Jesus fucking Christ almighty.
It's actually quite incredible and should be studied one day, and you have to sort of admire its elegance in its evil.
In its evil.
But you will
it's
see
evil.
a big push.
By the way, nothing has been listed so far. Not a single thing has been explained. Not a single ban, not a single incident of injustice. For all of this man's impotent rage, he cannot conjure a single description of a bad thing that has happened. Very interesting.
To cancel anyone that is not woke. And here's a video from CNN. This is former Facebook insider Alex Stamos talking about what should happen to conservative media.
Oh shit, are you ready for some 1984, boys? All right, everyone go up to your calendar and tear the month off, and it's going to be 1984. Vosh, you think he could actually explain any of this? Dave Rubin is a mystery to me because I know he's a grifter. Nobody who does that I was left-leaning and then suddenly became right-leaning thing isn't a grifter. In all likelihood, Dave Rubin was a conservative to begin with, and he was able to grift his way through TYT for a while, which says a lot about TYT and their skepticism of the people who work there. There are a lot of people who have come out of TYT who have turned into giant fucking idiots, so I don't know. So that's a grift element. But I also just think he's really stupid. I also just think he's incredibly, just like traditionally stupid, like low IQ. I mean, like his cognitive abilities are like just not that great, you know? So it really could be anything. You know? All right, I want to see this 1984.
We have to turn down the capability of these conservative influencers to reach these huge audiences. There are people on YouTube, for example, that have a larger audience than daytime CNN, and they are extremely radical and pushing extremely radical views. And so it's up to the Facebooks and YouTubes in particular to think about whether or not they want to be effectively cable networks for disinformation. And then we're going to have to figure out the OANN and Newsmax problem. You know, that these companies have freedom of speech, but I'm not sure we need Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, and such to be bringing them into tens of millions of homes. This is, you know, allowing people to seek out information if they really want to, but not pushing it into their faces, I think is where we're going to have to go here.
Yeah, none of this is controversial. Nobody complained when Twitter and YouTube banned ISIS recruitment videos. Did anyone complain about that? No? No, of course not. Because ISIS is Nazism for Muslims. But now that we're targeting Nazism, which is Nazism for, I guess, non-Muslims, I guess. Yeah. OAN isn't ISIS? There are precursors ideologically there. generally speaking, you get these far-right groups like ISIS that are born out of like massive levels of conservative disinformation. Now, you have Newsmax and OAN, and they don't like push Nazism or anything, but there are channels on YouTube that legitimately do push Nazism and legitimately do try to coordinate and organize people to commit violence, like collectively. Like, these lines are not difficult to put apart. Yeah. Lamau, shut the fuck up, Vosh. The answer to that is no alienism. Okay. So, thought experiment. Okay. ISIS. Not great. Not good. What do you think precedes ISIS? What leads to ISIS? What gets us there? Do you think people are just like chilling one day and then they just see a video saying, yeah, we should like kill like everyone and like tear down statues and like rape women? We should just do a lot of bad shit. We'll do it all for God. People don't just jump into that, okay? There's a lot of stuff that leads into that, you know? You gotta run people into it. Now, in the case of ISIS, the thing that leads them into it most is imperialism. The Middle East is fucked, and it's fucked because of us. We did that. Sorry. We totally did that. We super did that. We just fucked the Middle East up. Just bombed you all to hell. Destabilized your governments. Destroyed your culture. Criminalized you abroad. There are going to be consequences. Doesn't justify or excuse, but that is what happened. Now, over here in the West, in America, our country is stable, at least compared to the Middle East, generally, you know. Our country is stable. For most people's day-to-day lives are very peaceful, you know, especially compared to the Middle East, but, you know, things are running about. So, instead of imperialism and the threat of drone strikes radicalizing people to believe the things that ISIS members tend to believe, you have to convince people that they're on the precipice of that state of affairs. See, what really drives people to Nazism is fear. It's terror. It's sheer fucking terror of what might be down the line. People who live in countries that are afflicted by ISIS don't need to be propagandized into being fearful. Their fear is legitimate. Their countries are in bad shapes. Like, that's on us. ISIS just shapes that fear and gives them a purpose. It gives them a sense of collective identity, which allows them to feel as though they're a part of a solution to that fear. But first, you need the fear. And that's the reason why, if you go to any neo-Nazi forum, board, channel, or stream, 90% of the content there will be about doomer shit. It will not be about appreciating the aesthetics or artwork of Western society. It will not be about piety to God. It will not be about homekeeping or parental styles or anything like that. Stuff that normal people typically obsess over because, well, I don't know if normal people obsess over the glory of the West, but like these are things that, these are positive things or they're constructive. No, what they focus on is death and despair and destruction. They focus on the Jews are going to take away everything, the immigrants are going to take away everything, the black people are going to take away everything, the Muslims are going to take away everything, the communists are going to take away everything, every time, all the time, every channel, every board. All the time. That's what they do. That is what these communities do. They instill in the people in those communities a sense of fear, which they use to justify the actions they take. Exactly. Black Pigeon Speaks videos. Every single one of those videos is about civilization being on the verge of collapse. Every one of them. You can go to a Nick Fuentes stream, and that's what those streams are like. So you got your jovial bits, fine, sure. Maybe that's why people like him, because he's a bit of a breath of fresh air. But the majority of things is, it's mostly about instilling that sense of terror. We just watched a Styx Hexenhammer video. What was that video about? Your government is illegitimate. It's just been taken over by a crazy, deceptive piece of shit Biden. Everything is fucked, and I'm wearing a gas mask. It's all about making people feel the way the people who joined ISIS feel. And OAN and Newsmax are extremely and excessively complicit in instilling in their audience that sense of terror. OAN and Newsmax are disinformation outlets that are almost exclusively dedicated to propagating factual lies with the intent of making your audience fearful and paranoid and distrustful, because all of these emotional states ferment negative outcomes down the line. Now, does that mean OAN is ISIS? No, it does not. But it does mean that we have already agreed collectively, societally, since ISIS videos are banned from these platforms, that there is a line where we shouldn't allow people to go that far. If we're okay with getting rid of these ISIS recruitment videos, okay, what about videos that aren't recruitment for ISIS, but they're about how Western powers are destroying the Middle East and how only the glory of a new, what's the term? Like the Muslim Pope? Help me out here. What's the, because that's what they want. They want a new, new caliphate. Thank you. Yeah. Caliphate, sorry. They want a new caliphate. Caliphate? Help me out here, chat. I'm so sorry. I've read this word. I remember reading it in an Ender's game. Or Ender's Shadow? The good one. Ender's Shadow was better. Caliphate? Caliphate. Thank you. We'll go with caliphate. So what if it's not an ISIS recruitment video? What if it's just a video about how the glory of a caliphate is the only way to repel Western imperialism, and how all the countries and everyone you know and love are going to die unless you find a way to organize around that collective goal? Well, that's just ISIS recruitment videos with ISIS taken out, and then obviously one leads to the next, doesn't it? I'm not, what I'm getting at here isn't that OAN or Newsmax or whatever are ISIS, only that we recognize there is a line, and that OAN and Newsmax are undeniably a component in the process by which the Western equivalent of ISIS forms. Does that make sense? Does anyone disagree with that? I feel like that's a very defensible take. Okay. Yeah. Now, should we censor these outlets? I don't know. Those are difficult questions, but we have to know these are at least questions worth asking.
Oh, the old "they have freedom of speech, but" line. Yes. So you think that maybe this guy, who's a former Facebook guy, you think that maybe Facebook was possibly, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, I don't want to get banned from YouTube, but do you think that maybe they might have manipulated some information over the last couple of years?
All right, I take it back. I think I would actually rather kill myself than listen to Dave Rubin try to describe tech censorship. Okay. I'm sorry. Just okay. I don't know. It's not something I want to do right now. Yeah. Okay. Long story short, Dave Rubin, low IQ. Have I ever done a Dave Rubin segment on my channel? I don't think I have. I should probably upload this just because I've never talked about Dave Rubin before. He's just so dull. He's just so dull, you know? It's just hard. Oh God. What conservative demagogues are there even left for me to talk to? Like, unironically, like, who's left? I'm wondering. Who's even relevant? Mark Dice. Lauren Southern won't ever talk to me. There's no way. Mark Dice might be possible. Ben will never talk to me. I don't care about Rose of None. Coleman Hughes. I think I forget who that is. What about that cop guy? Officer Tatum? That guy's huge. Lauren Chen will never talk to me. Not after she got embarrassed on Twitter like that. Blair White won't talk to me. She blocked me on Twitter. Mitch McConnell. Yeah. Anthony Brian Logan. Oh yeah, I saw Anthony Brian Logan on Twitter today getting ratioed because he was being transphobic. Or he was implying transphobia. Officer Tatum backed out of Trump support? Really? Huh. Candace Owens doesn't do debates. Black Pigeon doesn't do debates. Red Ice TV got banned from YouTube. Oh, Vincent James got banned from YouTube too, I think. Nick Videos backed out. Paul Joseph Watson doesn't do debates. John Doyle backed out. Mike Enoch was smart enough to not involve himself in the debate between me and Stryker and Destiny and James Alsop. GameStar, yeah. Caitlin Bennett doesn't do debates. I don't know, dude. It's a rough one out there. All right, enough. Turd flinging monkey. What about that salty cracker guy? Doesn't that guy does what I do, right? He does live streams, then they upload segments. That salty cracker guy got pretty big. Maybe I should do bits on him. Yeah, 600,000 subs. What the fuck? I'll take a quick look. I remember looking at this and this guy being really dumb. Hold on. I think he might also be a white nationalist. I vaguely remember that. I could be wrong on that one. Kamala disrespected by racist swearing in ceremony. Okay, let's vibe check.
It's the crowd. Kamala is listening to the people around ringside, and they're chanting, "You are a man."
Well, friends, there were no massive arrests today.
I don't know if that was. I'm not sure.
It looks like we're going to have to clean this mess up ourselves, and we will, by the way. Don't think for a second that America has folded, America's given up. No, we just beginning to bring this fight. Engage the meme wars of 2021, my friends. It will be awesome, and we can go ahead and start with this right here. Joe Biden being inaugurated in Washington, D.C., not a single person over here. The imagery coming out of this inauguration is stunning, but it's right on par for a dude who couldn't get 4 people out to a field to see him, for a dude who couldn't get 80 people.
You lost by 7 million votes, and they got rid of the crowd because of COVID.
To watch his live stream. And by the way, this live stream over here, even though it was broadcast into every single public school, airport, and laundromat, I imagine at this point, they still got about 30,000 views. 30,000 views.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw conservatives doing this, that he got 30,000 views. He got 30,000 views in the White House channel. There were like 18 channels covering it. This was, yeah, the Vox 100K, the CNN one had nearly 1 million. Like, yeah. Oh my god, this guy is so fucking stupid. I should talk to this guy. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. Remember, guys, remember during the Trump and Biden town halls that they did side by side? Biden's ratings were higher. Remember that? They constantly do this. They're like, yeah, this president who can't even draw a crowd, his ratings were higher. He got millions more people who watched his town hall than Donald Trump got his, even though Donald Trump was the president at the time.
Donald Trump's outgoing message in Florida, 90,000 consecutive watchers. The dude...
Wait, he has to know he's being dishonest, right? The combined collective viewership of all the channels that were covering the inauguration were well into the millions. Does he seriously believe that Donald Trump at a private event in Florida outpaced the fucking inauguration of the president who got more votes than any other president in all the history of the country?
It's triple scoops better than this potato Biden over here. And, you gonna question any of that, lefties? They're the most popular.
I have to talk to this guy. I have to make it my mission to talk to this guy.
Popular president of all time again. Super duper for serial. 80+ million legitimate votes. Not a single person watching this and nobody down there. And don't give me the fucking coof bullshit. Excuse me. Nobody went down there because Democrats like super duper respect the COVIDs. Just wear 2 masks.
Is he doing a gay voice? What is this voice he's trying to do?
Masks, pussies? Hey, I thought masks work. If masks work, I know you guys completely disregarded the social distancing at this point because you're making up these rules as you go.
Wait, so you're making fun of them for disregarding social distancing, but you're also making fun of Biden for dispelling the crowd that they had in front of the inauguration ceremony. Hold on, I'm gonna tweet at this guy. 1 second. Does this guy have a Twitter? This guy has to have a Twitter, right? Everyone has a Twitter. Did he get banned? Hold on. Is this it? Oh yeah, this guy's almost certainly a Nazi. Hashtag clown world commentator. Yeah. Here, hold on. Chat, this one's on you, okay? Where's the tweet? Oh, there you go. There we go. Typo check. Here we go. There we go. Classy. There we go.
If masks work, why aren't you going down there? Why aren't you clamoring? Because it's all bullshit. And everybody knows the coup.
Oh no, Hyena, you sat on Pigeon? Oh, well, I assume Pigeon's okay, because if Pigeon wasn't okay, you probably wouldn't be telling me in all caps in chat. Rest in peace, Pigeon. Flat little pancake, baby. She's fine, Lamal, but it finally happened? Ah, gotcha. I almost sat on Artemy once, back when Artemy was a little kitten. Back when Artemy was a little kitten, he jumped up on the bed right when I was about to sit down, and he, like, jumped under my ass. Little fucking moron.
Don't infect liberals? Because you guys are out there fighting for the blacks, the browns, the marginalized.
What point is he trying to make again? Wasn't this about Kamala Harris being disrespected by racist swearing-in ceremony? Again, every video these people do, they just throw in like 80 things they just loosely attach together.
Oppressed lesbian indigenous peoples of the planet out there. Everybody knows that Koof wouldn't dare get inside you and attack you because it knows this is the most intelligent virus of all times, and it knows when it's going out there. What? If you're fighting for the BLMs, no. Setting businesses on fire, the Koof will not get you. Going out there and asking for a ballot audit? Oh shit. Super spreader.
Legitimately, what the fuck is he saying? I legitimately don't understand what points he's trying to make. Is this what schizophrenia feels like? I actually feel like I'm being led in a fucking roller coaster ride. Is this an attempt at humor?
Event, my friends. But no, the best part about this entire situation, other than the fact that nobody's watching it, other than the fact that there's nobody there in person watching it, they fuck up Kamala's name again. This chick over here. Take a listen to this.
Is this really what this guy's focusing on? It's the end of his presidential administration. A new president being sworn in. Wait, is this it? It's because a person said Kamala instead of Kamala? Is that literally it? Like, that's what the video was titled about? Disrespected by racist swearing-in ceremony. And he's going to say, haha, this person mispronounced her name. And look at this one other time where Kamala Harris said that it was racist to do it. And that's it? That's it. That's the whole thing. Posted 25 minutes ago, 60,000 views, which actually means probably more like 80,000 views because it hides the number for a little while, I think, to prevent manipulation.
Fascinating.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
I just want everyone to be emotionally prepared for how tedious what's about to happen is going to be.
Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
Kamala.
Did you catch that? That's Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, proud Latina ex-Supreme Court Justice, somehow messing up the name of Kamala Harris, my friends. It's not Kamala Harris, it's we mess it up so much I can't get it right. Kamala Harris. It's Kamala.
Again, is this like an attempt at comedy? I don't get. Or I think they're just on like the owning the libs level, where mispronouncing people's name deliberately is what constitutes humor to them.
Kamala. And if you mess that up, then you're a racist. So I imagine all across the world.
So wait, it is kind of racist, yeah, to insist on mispronouncing Kamala Harris's last name. Yeah. If there's a person with, like, you know, kind of like a is it a foreign name? I don't actually know. It's not a name I've heard before, at the very least. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not last name. I misread. Insisting mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name is racist. It's if you mispronounce it. Yeah, like deliberately and repeatedly. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem like a big deal.
right now, my friends. There's got to be a bunch of angry white chicks with liberal arts degrees and purple fucking hairdos.
Nobody cares.
Screaming and reading that this woman, this white supremacist Latinx whammon, must be denigrating purpose.
This guy talks like a 4chan thread. Jesus fucking Christ.
The Kamala Harris's over here, right? Right? There's an infinite amount of articles about how if you mess up Kamala Harris's name, that...
Wait, there's how many?
There's an infinite amount of articles about how if you mess up Kamala Harris's name...
Interesting. Because the article that you just said, purposefully mispronouncing her name, both of the articles that you've cited say that if you purposefully or deliberately mispronounce it, it's racist. You just say if you mess it up, it's racist. It's interesting. I don't know why you would cite these articles knowing they disprove your point, except for the fact that your audience probably doesn't know the difference between deliberately and accidentally doing something.
There's an infinite amount of articles about how if you mess up Kamala Harris's name, that the only way that you could do that is if you're a racist. Crickets?
Who mockingly mispronounce her name. Ooh, every article that he's linking, every story, involves a deliberate element to the mispronunciation. That's interesting, but he's not mentioning that with his own voice. It's crazy.
Crickets, not just the crickets coming from the nobody watching this fucking event over here, but crickets because set rules. What?
The fuck are you saying?
Of course. So this is what we're going to be doing to you idiots. We're going to be pointing out at every turn, and there are going to be a lot of them. this administration right here. For fuck's sake. You guys didn't even get up and running yet, and we can already mock and meme the hell out of you. We're going to tear this entire administration down bit by bit with the 80mm meme cannons, my friends. We're going to be firing them off 24 hours.
So fucking cringy, dude. Holy shit. The meme cannons. Ha! My fellow Kekistanis, we survived the 2016 meme wars, and now we're doing it again. Holy fuck. I'm like, my heart palpitations are like, I can feel it pounding in my ear for how cringy this is. My body is starting to shut down. He's like 30 years old. I guess Sargon's in his 40s and he still does his shit, but like, this kid's actually cringier than Sargon is.
Hours a day. We will add an extra hour to the day somehow. We will use Space Force, I guess, to slow the rotation. Maybe I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this, but we coming for you out there. And don't think there's a lot of people out there. And I get a lot of people doing it. It's over. America's
what is he saying?
Shit over. Ain't shit over. These people are deathly afraid of us. This is why they're trying to silence us. That's why they're trying to break us apart. This is why they're trying to scatter us to the digital winds out there. They don't like the fact that despite everything that they've thrown at us, there's still 100 million pissed off Americans behind Donald Trump, and that shit will not.
Damn, if only 100 million people had voted for him, he would have had a second term. Ooh, I don't know about that one.
Not be tolerated. So they coming at us in this information war and they're trying to shut everybody down. Well, we won't let you shut us down. We will dip, dodge, dive, duck, and we'll go to different platforms and we will continue to press the memes out there because the memes are waking up normies. And the more normies that we have on our side.
Okay, so speaking of like deplatforming, I feel like this guy's probably crypto and it's only a matter of time. Salty Cracker, I'm taking a look through his Twitter feed and he like runs pretty close to the line, you know? I don't know. This guy's views are insane. Like I said, there's a big market out there right now for people to feed the doomer shit, but I guess this guy isn't doing the doomer thing. He's doing the cringy, I am a sovereign citizen of the nation of Kekistani thing.
The harder it is for these assholes to continue stealing shit. So get out there, get the fuck up off the ground, don't be a lefty whiny bitch, and get out there and meme these sons of bitches. Let everybody know. Everybody sees the shenanigans going on here. Everybody sees the bullshit, and we coming for you. We're gonna make America great again. All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching the video. Support you. If you want to be kept up to date with the memes, the salty memes incoming, hit that subscribe button.
I can't tell if I'm ableist or if my brain is broken, but I feel like I'm seeing a lot of mental illness, like a lot, when I look around these days. I don't know if this is my bias or whatever, but like this person doesn't feel well to me. Is that able? I don't know. You guys are going to have to make those decisions for yourself. This looked like a funeral, everyone wearing black and not a word about God. They literally had a fucking pastor come up and lead the... What? Biden talks about God every time he is in front of a podium. Yeah, they had 2 pastors. What? Look at the disclaimer. These are the opinions and ramblings of a lunatic. They're for entertainment purposes only and are probably wrong. You listen at your own risk. Yeah. Every coward fucking grifter piece of shit says this because they know, because that way they know if they're ever confronted, they can shrug and say it's comedy. It's like an insanely cowardly fucking excuse. It's the YouTube equivalent of Tucker Carlson getting out of a defamation lawsuit by his lawyers claiming no reasonable person would ever believe that Tucker Carlson is being serious. Like, yeah, it's coward speak. I do comedy on this channel. I do make jokes, but because I'm not a fucking pussy like Salty Cracker, I am not a comedian. I am a political commentator, and I will defend every single thing that I say on here because I am an adult and I have a spine, and I'm not afraid of saying shit and experiencing the consequences of the shit that I say. But that's maturity, and I wouldn't expect it from a conservative. And do I look like a fucking comedian to you? Yeah. All right. We'll probably make fun of this guy more in the future. Nice meme. Trumped out win, please. No! Fuck you. We need to quickly read donos, okay? That's what we need. I really hope you debate this guy. If he's smart, he won't. If he's smart, he'll ignore the tweet. I mean, I'm mentally ill and I'm a leftist. I don't think it's helpful to brand anyone with bizarre opinions mentally ill because both shit's something like... No, I recognize that, and that is, like, unfortunately a consequence. The main issue is that all the time I engage with people online, I do feel like I'm arguing with mental illness. When I talk QAnon, I feel like I'm arguing with mental illness. When I talk with Nazis, I feel like I'm arguing with mental illness. It's the ineptitude of the English language that prevents me from being able to adequately describe how removed these people are from reality without doing a little bit of cross-contamination with, like, ableism, you know what I mean? It's just brain rot. Brain rot doesn't describe it enough, man. But yeah, it's something to, yes. I'll workshop it, okay? We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. I wonder if I spent some time scrolling through this guy's Twitter feed, if I could, like, find some obvious JQ stuff. Should we just look at this guy's Twitter account for a second? Are there any, like, nudes? Can I... Twitter, you can put whatever you want on Twitter. Hello? Jesus Christ, are we here? There you go. Okay. Sorry, guys, that's YouTube, not me. There's no packets lost on my end. Here, I'll refresh it for you guys. There you go. Okay. Let me see. How bad is this guy anyway? Anyway, if this guy's smart, he won't respond to my tweet for fairly obvious reasons. Anyway. If you can read this, please send help. MAGA's burning down and looting California right now. They are blocking freeways and intersections, setting cars on fire, screaming, "No pence, no peace." Oh wait, nope, they're at work. Leftism is AIDS. Okay. Already we're going back to the right doesn't do violence, like right after the 6th. 80 million totally legitimate votes, because he got rid of the crowd for inauguration. Some weird shit, I don't know. Mad Lad paints Pepe head over Bernie Sanders mural. Police investigate it as a hate crime and local news blurs out the face. Lefties have given our society AIDS. Wait, I'm sorry. So that's Bernie Sanders and they gave him a Pepe face? Okay. Declassify everything. We have Ben Garrison comics. This group that has burned down 7% of the country is right outside the inauguration. What? Where is it? What? 7% of the landmass of the United States? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Where do they get these numbers from? This patsy was just released from jail. Got a weird feeling that he should keep an eye out for the shadows shaped like Hillary Clinton. Why? I hope all these guys are arrested at Joe's quote-unquote inauguration. This guy's definitely like at least Q adjacent. Feels like a storm's coming. Yeah, he's queuing. Yeah, he's queuing on. How does it feel, dude? January 14th, I feel like a storm is coming and then nothing happens. What was that meme? What was that meme? When the promised day comes and goes and literally nothing happens, and then Q supporters say, "Oh yeah, it's all coming together." What the fuck is this? This is Die Hard? DC says nobody should come to Joe's inauguration because COVID is super duper deadly. Then they bring in 30K troops and stuff them all into one room. Damn, is this 30,000 people? Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 29,999, 30,000. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, I guess that was pretty stupid of them. You lefty dipshits don't get it. Every time the most hated Congress in history impeaches Orange Man, his approval only goes up. Do it a third time, nobody cares. Didn't Trump just end his first term with the lowest first-term presidential approval rating in all of American history? Damn, 29% approval. Holy shit. At the end of a first term, I think this is a record. And the lowest average rating in American history, too. Damn. Hey, Tobuscus follows Salty Cracker. Didn't Tobuscus get, like, canceled for sexual assault or some shit like that? Didn't Tobuscus do something? He did something, I remember that. He raped somebody? Damn, sounds like a Salty Cracker fan. Spread that one around. He raped multiple women? Oh, shit. Maybe you learned it from Salty Cracker. I need to, you know what I'd really love to do sometime? I'd love to do this with Tim Pool too, but mostly Salty Cracker right now, is get him in a call, just go over his Twitter feed. I just want to ask some questions, okay? I just want to ask some questions. That's all. Look at the tweets on January 5th. They've aged poorly. Okay, we'll do this, and then we're finally going to go over those, because we're wasting time like crazy. Oh, shit. No! Go back. Epstein is a... Oh, well, I guess it was censored. Okay, I don't know. We got some Proud Boys shit. Very good. January 6th, Unleash Hell. Interesting. Weird. There are apparently hundreds of thousands of lawless Nazi Trump supporters in D.C., and not a single window has been broken or store looted. This will all change, of course, once the peaceful BLM come out at night. On January 5th. Ooh. Should have kept that in drafts, King. Streaming on D-Live, which only D-Gens do. D-Live just took a shit. Oh, sorry. That's not relevant. Show me where it says protesters have to be peaceful. I love that. On the 7th. Okay. All right. Sorry. We're indulging a little bit too much right now. Oh, by the way, I give you guys, there's a high probability that Salty Cracker doesn't know that I messaged him. So if you could let Salty Cracker know that I'm interested in talking to him in Salty Cracker's tweets, I think that would be really, really awesome, okay? Just a friendly reminder. Don't be mean. Don't harass. Just go like, hey, you know, Vosh would be interested in talking to you. Or you can link to my tweet. Just, yeah. Anyway, just make sure that he knows. Neither, Hyena. I think after stream I'm gonna draw. Anyway, let's go over some donos. Taking way too long to get to that. But I'm gonna have to be quick about it. Igamiro, AT5D2D Derek, Numero de Alden, and Boy Meets Mini, thank you for your contributions. Talia Graves with the tier 4 sub, that's very kind, but even kinder than that are the 20 gifted tier 1 subs that you gave afterwards. Jesus fucking Christ, comrade. You are truly coming all over the community in the best possible way, in a good way. Thank you very, very much. You're delusional if you think you could take Salty in a debate. Tron Panda TKS, I still don't know if you're a troll. I genuinely have no idea. Anyway, Talia Graves, thank you very, very much. Cappuccino, Felix Argyle, Pali16, JJ Kwolek, Katya, Tiki Shades, Adam Flores, Phoenix Argyle, Sacco Potato, Kiger, and Kaguru Sangd. Thank you so much for your contributions, comrade. I really do appreciate that. I'm sorry, we're going to have to be slightly more expedient than usual. Chaos and Rush, Had Ukin, and Austin Latham, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate those. Chaos, thank you for dropping the dollar we do. Mouse, the very kind tier 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, comrade anarcho-Bidenist. Lazy Seat, Javier Valenzuela, Had Ukin, Matty Ice PVD, Peen Pop Jr., The Accursed ASMR. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. Just woke up. Are there any deadly riots right now or things I should know about? I don't think so. I think we're okay. Julia Joska, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that, comrade. Happy death day to anarcho-Bidenism. True. It is dead now, except for when I pull it out as a joke, which may happen in the future. Conrad, Fumavu, Sack of Potato again, 2 Grape, Erkia, Midnight Kitten Boy, Explosive Rhino, Comrade Tyler, Still Alive, Matt S, Grumble Goatshake, Cluemaster 63, Zephyr. Thank you so much for the very kind donations. Again, I apologize. I do read every donation that comes in, by the way. I do read them. I just can't respond to all of them for reasons that should be fairly evident if you watch my stream and see the viewer count. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $25. Parasite, did Joker better than Joker? I think that's a very decent argument, yeah. Parasite was certainly a better movie than Joker. Look, for me, I'll admit, I found Joker more fun to watch than Parasite, but Parasite wasn't fun. Parasite was, like, incredibly anxiety-inducing, but it was good. It did that good, you know, like, that's good. Yeah. The Joker was terrible and predictable. I thought the Joker was predictable, but I don't think it was bad. Yeah, the Joker just isn't as complicated. Everything that happens in the Joker kind of feels like it's gonna happen, you know? That's just how it is. But it's not bad. I think it executes on it well. It was a mood piece. Joker was all about, like, well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a movie reviewer. You get it. Bernie or Guillotine, Gregory Lazarino, Klaus Mouse, Mr. Egg Sauce, A.B., Curious Man, Easy Bake, Crab Cake, Dismadog, Sanguine Fantome, Ad Astra Anthony, Boom Squig 615, Death Dealer, Legiggly Queen Timo, and Antimatter. Thank you very, very much for the donations, comrade. I really appreciate that. By the way, you're not the one with bad takes about Joker. It's chat being a bunch of fucking stupids. I just have a feeling like a lot of people saw the Joker and liked it, and now we have the counter jerk, where a lot of people like know that the Joker was overrated, so without seeing it, they say they hate it because it's, yeah, you know, it's like the counter jerk in action. I'd be willing to bet most of the people who were saying it was a terrible movie would have no way to justify that opinion if they talked to me. I admit that it was a predictable movie, but I don't think a movie has to be unpredictable. Last one, Hyena. Unpredictable in order for it to be, like, good. I don't think that's the criteria. Yeah. Thoughts on Parasite? Well, I have a whole video about that, but of course, Parasite is great. For fairly obvious reasons. It's good. Red Cascadian, thank you. I'll give it a look later, perhaps. Isma Dog again. Imperial General again, thank you. Lunchbox Swag Kage. Hello, hello, Swag Kage. Pee Pee Poo Poo No Jutsu. Fucking true. Worth Novinsky. Psychedelic Breakfast. Kelly D'Souza. Chinch. And Dublitz. Thank you for the very kind donations, comrades. I really appreciate those. Yes, that's the Swag Kage. Thank you. I really appreciate that, one and all. Again, I'm sorry I can't give these the due diligence they deserve. God. Killa A, Spunamine, Captain A-Cab, Sargon of A-Cab, Problematiste, Bwubbles, Parker Wallace, Chris Wyatt, Hersbird, Anthony, Robert Salazar, Leftist Chad, Avalon 1, Erza Fike, Goop Videos. Thank you for the very kind donations, comrade. Much appreciated. I love you all very much. I do pay my rent with you guys, so that means a lot. Diego514, Liam Moore, Malia, Hose Mad, Emma Jameson, Existential Baguette, Kind Keith, Yogurt Man, Dzia Shots, TX Goalie, Sirena, Mike and Ike, Frylock, Philgo Colts, Jackie St. Clair, Matthew M, and D Nat. Thank you for the very kind donation. I really appreciate those, comrade. You don't own? Fuck that. In Seattle? No, what? I'm not fucking buying a property in Seattle. Fuck that. A lot of lefties are down on like renting, because landlords are cringe, which they absolutely are. But the solution to that isn't to just buy everything. Sometimes renting a house is the best possible choice. If you're a college student or if you're a young adult, you don't know where you're going to settle down. You really want to contribute all those funds and like a mortgage and like everything that goes into owning a piece of property when you're not even old enough to know where you're going to want to spend the rest of your life. Like, yeah, it's that. Renting can be useful. The problem is, of course, the landlord system makes renting sort of a bad system. It makes it, exploitative. What should be properly done is the decommodification of land so that property is either state-owned or communally owned in a given area, and then it's divvied up appropriately according to need, or you pay a stipend for rent, just enough for upkeep. After all, when you pay a landlord, a very, very, very small portion of your rent goes towards upkeep. Most of your rent goes towards paying down their mortgage, and then the remainder they pocket themselves. But yeah, owning actually pays yourself. Well, in the long run, it does. Yeah, in the long run, there are economic benefits to owning places. Yeah, of course, Kabocha. There are plenty of ways to improve our housing system while still allowing people to rent, I think. Anyway, Fiji Monkey, thank you so much for the $20, comrade. I really appreciate that. You turned me from Trump supporting to socialism? Haha. Wait till I get you on super socialism. Zimbe, thank you for the 10 pounds. I'm really sorry to hear you've tested positive. I assume you mean COVID and not pregnancy. So if it's COVID, I'm very sorry. And if it's pregnancy, depending on whether or not you wanted that, if you did want that, then congratulations. And if you didn't want that, then good luck. There we go. I've accommodated all possible outcomes here. Thank you. Wait, if you got COVID, but you wanted COVID, congratulations. There we go. It was a 4-tier plot, and I missed one of the 4. Bree the Koala Queen, thank you very kindly. Tel Aviv Dripstein, Tillin Boy, John, Matthew M, Adorably, Slap Kake, Cake, Bean Pop Jr., Moose Star, The Saws Playing the Lone Grifter, Playboy, Naiji, and Daxus. Thank you so much for your donations, comrade. I really, really appreciate those. Minako134, thank you for the very kind $25. What can you do about how to rescue QAnon family members? I'm not going to lie. I think if you're far enough along to be a QAnoner, you're kind of lost. I think at that point you might be lost, but I can talk about that more in the future. Yeah. That'd probably be good. It like really sucks, but I kind of worry that's just how it is. Yeah. Carl Cox, Beta Cuck Degen, Bread, Giorgio Mega 12, Beans, River Killed the Doctor, Alexander Speaks, Daniel D, Big Damn Hero, Rain H, thank you for the very kind donations, comrade. I really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind 25 bucks. This will be the second time in history when Air Force One has had to change its call sign mid-flight. When Trump took off, he did in the AFO, landed as non-president AFO. That's interesting, actually, to think about it, you know? There's so many, like, weird edge case bureaucratic procedures associated with the transition of the presidency, you know? And the first time this happened, according to Sake Tanuki with the additional 25 bucks, was when Nixon resigned. Damn. That's pretty fucking wild. Yeah, Demon Mama, that's true. If there's any extreme cult that I think QAnon members should be moving to now, it's the cult of Voshism, which is, of course, about as extreme as it gets. But failing that, honestly, if we could just make every QAnoner like, this is such a lazy. If we could make every QAnoner just like a centrist or like a fucking Reagan conservative, that would still be leagues better than what they are now. Leagues better. I mean, if we can make him socialist, that's great. I'm just saying, like, I'll even take Reagan conservatism over the QAnon death cult, like, easily. Ketracel White, Little Crow, Nocturnal Visions, Aspen Dio, Get Woke, Moenchi, Spirit Mayo, DJ Jack, Sir Cool Guy 64, Red Mishka, Poker Mask, JK Cherry, Bill Amer, Well Yeah, Seas of Cheese, and Anthony. Thank you so much for the donations, comrade. I really, 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 really appreciate those. Thank you. You are, as always, entirely too kind. Sociable G with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you. And Sake donated 2 consecutive additional $25 donations. You fucking madman. Kyle should have been exploded through a table from the pile driving he should have gotten in your debate. He makes Hassan's analysis look Chomsky level. Wait, when did I debate Kyle? Biden's press secretary does a Q&A. Trump's did a Q. True. I want to talk to Kyle soon, though. But look, I disagree with Kyle on a lot of stuff, but I really do think that we can have a fruitful working relationship with Kyle. Also, Kyle's a really fucking nice guy, you know? Kyle's really cool. In DMs, like, Kyle's super nice. Kyle actually gave me some useful political advice that I still use right now. I can't tell you guys what it is, because then if I implement it in the future, you're going to make fun of me and be like, haha, Kyle. But, like, yeah. So, yeah. Like, Kyle's pretty arrogant, though. Like, sure, I'm also a pretty arrogant person, especially if you're viewing me from the outside. I just want to say that I think we can have a positive working relationship with Kyle Klinsky, and that I like him, and I want to talk with him. Talk about Yang. I would rather talk to Yang, actually. I wonder if I have enough social, like, clout to do that. Kyle X Vosh bromance. I haven't seen this. What is this? Hold
on. What's your general thoughts on Vosh? Vosh. Would you ever have Vosh on the new podcast or talk with him in any format? I like Vosh. It's funny because there was a little while where Vosh, I don't think he liked me that much. But I've always liked him. I always, you know, he's a libertarian socialist. I took up one political compass test that said I'm a libertarian socialist. You know, I've called myself populist left or a believer in social democracy. But yeah, I've always liked his content. I mean, him and I think he would admit, as would I, that we have some disagreements around strategy, around burn your bus stuff, around probably some race issues. I might be a little more class focused than he is overall. But yeah, I mean, generally he's an ally.
Kyle, you're not a socialist. You don't get to say that about me.
And even though he's come after me and come after Crystal and we have disagreements, I like him overall. You know, that's why I've never launched an attack against him, because I like him.
So, I like you too, Kyle, even though you've slandered me. A liberal, Kyle, a liberal sucked him, saying he's more class focused. Well, one of the big things that I've had to learn, like in a positive sense, like how to be different from Destiny in this respect. Destiny is obsessed with holding people to account in a way that is detrimental to his ability to push his opinion on other people. He's a very, very, very competent debater, but he also has I don't know if it's an ethical code or if it's just how he likes to act, but he can't tolerate what he perceives to be grifting or stupidity, and for that reason, he can't work with it. But Destiny's goal isn't to affect political change. Destiny's goal is to assemble a harem of Twitch e-girls, okay? So, it's not working off the same base, yeah. He's more spiteful, and I think he's less pragmatic, not with his politics, but with how he allies with other people. If that's his goal, that's fine. That's his stream. It's fine. And for the most part, I think he does good, with exceptions. I'm not interested in that mode of social organization, I guess. You should get Kyle and Yang at the... How do you feel about Destiny's railing against Kyle? Seems not just unproductive, but silly. I don't like Destiny's railing against Kyle at all. Again, I do take issue with some of the stuff that Kyle says, but I think that, like, Destiny goes nuclear on this really, really fucking hard. Especially since, like, Destiny just... I think he loops everyone in, like, the online left into, like, the same grift sphere where everyone's just, like, competing for woke points or whatever, and they'll lie or do anything they can to get it. I think that's a really reductive way of perceiving human behavior. What I've had to learn, unfortunately, and this actually really sucks, a lot of people who I thought were grifting over the past 2 years are just dumb. Or sometimes we just had really irreconcilable perspectives that after I talked with them for a little bit, I began to understand theirs. And while I still disagreed with it, understanding why they believe the things they believe was necessary to me thinking well of them. I'm okay with disagreeing with people, but I want to know the logic, you know? That means a lot to me. But you need to be able to, like, or you need to be willing to see that understanding, you know? I think that Destiny is a little bit reductive, especially when it comes to left populism, or how he perceives these sorts of things, you know? Acknowledge Dylan Burns TV. What did I miss? What? 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 How does off capitalism work? All capitalism is off, my friend. Have you come across anyone with no logic behind them on the left? No logic. Nobody is entirely without, like, a logical justification for their thought process. Everybody puts some thought into what they believe. There are people who put less thought than others, and then there are people who are selectively reasonable. Sean's videos, like from Sean and Jen, are, in my opinion, just next to ContraPoints and Philosophy Tubes. I like Contra the most, but Sean's videos, like Sean's video on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, ended that discussion for me. His video on the bell curve ended that discussion for me. Like, his videos end discussions, you know? ContraPoints and Philosophy Tubes make videos which open discussions. Sean ends them. I respect that a lot. No disrespect to Philosophy Tube and Contra, but opening a discussion is way easier than ending it. I have a lot of respect for that. But on Twitter, Sean says some dumb stuff sometimes. Got a lot of Bernie or bust tendencies. Yeah. Antifa Admiral, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Comrade, I'll give you the rest of your Antifa orders through the traditional method. Through FetLife DMs. Sonder Studios, Ace Ken Shader, William Hollifield, Ace Ken Shader again, thank you. Austin, Saunders Studios again, my man. White Rose, Mace Windu, Skill Will, Prinny Wesker, Crimson Kaiser, Lee Wei, and X Natural Phenomenon X. Thank you so much for the donations, comrade. I really, really appreciate those. Thank you. Seriously. Trump banned from Twitch? Wasn't he already? I don't know. Schubert Do, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I'm glad you enjoyed my normie bait, comrade. Renando, how do you think you would engage on Joe Rogan if you were invited? I'd be friendly. I think Joe Rogan's a funny guy. I just think that Joe Rogan is a transphobe. I do think that's the case. And I think Joe Rogan signal boosts a lot of bad perspectives because the model of the show is to be open-minded about the ideas presented about your guest. So the only thing, yeah, the transphobia is the, oh, hold on. I have a meme tweet here. There we go. I think he used to be much more of a transphobe than he is now. Not saying he's perfect now. The point is that I don't think that Joe Rogan is malicious. I really don't. Maybe he's dumb sometimes. Like, I don't think that he's a malicious person. If a person's malicious, there's only so much you can do with that, you know? But would you be able to turn Rogan into a trans ally? Probably not. He's like a 45-year-old guy. Like, I don't think brains are that malleable at that age. Not usually, at least. But I'd have a conversation with him. Be happy to talk about it. The nice thing about transphobia, or when I talk about it, 53. He's 53. What the fuck? The nice thing about like talking about transphobia, do you find Joe Rogan attractive? I think he's pretty good looking for 53, but he looks like a meathead, and that's not really my like male aesthetic. No hate, just saying. What was I saying? Oh yeah, one nice thing is that it's easier for me to talk about trans issues than most trans people would be able to in that format, because I'm a fucking cis white dude. So I can just go up there, I can be chill as fuck, you know? I can just be up there, I can just lay and be like, yeah, these trans issues, whatever, you know? I don't look overly invested in it. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, from the perspective of a lot of people, okay, this is going to sound really patronizing, but this is from the perspective of other people, okay? And this is the truest shit I've ever said, so you have to agree with me or you're delusional, okay? From the perspective of most people, trans people talking about trans issues would be like listening to a middle schooler talk about how they're given too much homework. You know what I mean? To a lot of people, you come off too invested in the issue for them to be able to take you seriously. Whereas if like a pediatric psychiatrist was talking about too much homework being given to a kid, like you might take them more seriously. A lot of people just like completely delegitimize trans people's perspectives on their own issue, which is unfortunate. You know, we don't do that for every issue. For example, with some exceptions, black people talking about black issues gets taken seriously. You know, like with some exceptions, there are like edge cases where that gets delegitimized, but generally speaking, I think they tend to get taken seriously. But yeah, just not the case with trans issues, you know? Renando, just under reality. Gaston Stonehawk, A Pigeon, Shuckle, 24. Lovely word. AB, Unity. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind donations. Unity, happy belated birthday, comrade. Happy belated birthday. Have you considered talking to who? Brittany Simon. I don't know who this person is, so I couldn't really say. This person's, yeah, boobies are out. Pretty prominent. Booba. 00 Dolphin. Demon Splaining. Reza Sutra. Elliot School. Sonder Studios. Ranch Guzzle. Excuse me. Your Aunt Ernie. Demon Mama. Thank you. And Pessimist. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind donations. Really appreciate those. Cough hasn't completely gone away, unfortunately. I need to see a proper doctor about that. Somniostatic, thank you so much for the $50, my dude. Bye-bye, fuckhead Trump. Stonk sword today just to piss you off, orange fuckface. Wait, is that true? Wait, hold on. Let's take a look at the Dow. Is that true? It's not true. No, it's not really true. It's just I don't know, went up like a little bit. I don't know if that's significant enough to. Of course, I think Donald Trump did say that the Dow would plummet if Joe Biden was elected, so. The S&P 500 is where it's at. Yeah, it's climbed today. It's gone from 3,800 up to 3,850. I mean, you know, it's not a huge boost. I don't know if this is statistically significant. We're almost done, folks. Majian, Firdevs Yuldashev, Ben Koto, Parker Wallace, blame it on the bubble, Benek, Arvid Persson, B, the Bean a Bear, Big Boy Isil, Big Bull Seal, Calcoro, JD Prime, Fake Name, D, Andrew Coleman, thank you so much all for the very kind donations. I really do appreciate them. I'm glad you enjoyed my appearance on Tim Pool. D, thanks to $5. Yeah, I'm familiar with Just Some Guy. There are so many fucking conservative grifters to keep track of. Jesus. Andrew Coleman, thank you for the kind donation. Jake from State Farm with the $30. Please let this happen. My family watches Salty Cracker and he's fucking insufferable. Congrats on the continued success. Holy fuck, if I lived with my family and my family was playing somebody like Salty Cracker all the time on the TV or computer or whatever, I would kill myself. I can't imagine how much my respect for my parents would drop listening to that fucking soy-chugging 2016 adult keck brain dipshit drooling into his microphone like every single fucking day. Holy fuck. Bosh, I have an odd question. If you can fuck a dragon and gain dragon powers from fucking a dragon, would you fuck a dragon? Would you be concerned about the scales scraping your dick? Dragon powers seem like something worthy of attaining, but I have a feeling that trying to fuck a dragon would always kill you. Like, always. Right? It always will kill you. Also, wouldn't its insides be like 400 degrees? I don't know. Seems risky. Also, is it a hot dragon or not? Wait, hold on. By dragon, do we mean like anthro? Do we mean like western dragon? Do we mean like eastern river dragon? Like, what are we talking about here? Only if it's consensual? Look, pardon me if I'm contributing to rape culture. However, I feel like if you're having sex with a dragon and it doesn't want to have sex with you, it'll let you know in some way. There will be some... It'll do something to indicate to you that it doesn't want to have sex with you. Probably instantly killing you. I'm just guessing, you know? Oh yeah, wait, dragons can shapeshift, can't they? Can I fuck a shapeshifting dragon? Aren't dragons supposed to be able to turn into people? What if the dragon's drunk? What about Dragon Maid? Oh yeah, well, if by Dragon Maid we mean sorry, but if by dragon we mean this shit, then you know what? Sure. For dragon powers, sure. She's like 14. She's not 14. What the fuck are you talking about? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid does have weird lolly shit in it, but I'm pretty sure that character... Wait, is she... Wait, hold on. Hold on, people. I'm not having you do me dirty like this. Toru. She's literally 1,000,000 years old, you fucking idiot. She's a fucking dragon. She's literally like she's fucking dragon. She looks like an adult. What are you people talking about right now? Fuck all of you. You people fucking suck. We're finishing donos and then I'm going back to sleep. Fuck all you guys. Oh god, you people are lucky I'm not Destiny. I'd be issuing a lot of permabans. How does she look 14? What the fuck? George Phobe, Chelsea, Seorse, Tomsko, 4 chairs and a table, Daniel Badra, Ghost Diaper, Scotty Johnson, Socialist Sableye. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind donations. I really appreciate that. Hey Vosh, trying to get better at drawing to go with writings. Don't have a tablet. I draw with lead pencil and pen, take pics. Any tips on improving skills? I'm going to nuke chat. Literally, fuck all of you. Holy fuck, you're all so fucking annoying. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, art. That's what I was talking about. This is your fault. I don't think it's my fault. Fuck, wait, what was I saying? My ambition. Okay. The secret to getting better at art is practice and mindfulness, okay? Here, sorry, I'm trying to pull up an example, okay? I draw really infrequently, okay? I do not draw that frequently. And the reason for that is because I am a cuck. As you all know, it is known. Okay, so I want to show you guys this, okay? I've drawn maybe 3 actual drawings in the past 6 months, okay? Unironically, okay? Oh, by the way, I'm going to show the full drawing that I did earlier in the stream that has titties, so if you can't see drawn boobs for some reason, then leave. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's not YouTube TOS. Fuck off. Anyway. I drew this. You all saw that. I drew this. And it was good. There were problems. It was good. Fine. Yeah. Good. Okay. That's good. And then I drew this. Which, you know, also problems, maybe a little more awkward. It was for a D&D thing. I stand by it. And then, of course, I drew what I drew yesterday, which is this. Now, of the 3 drawings here, this one, I think by basically any objective standard, is by far the best. In spite of the fact that I hadn't done essentially any practice. Now, the reason why I got better is because practicing on its own isn't enough. You have to be mindful, too. And for me, mindfulness is watching other artists. I look at other art, and I think, what about this line work? What about this rendering? What about this X? What about this Y? What about these things can I use? What here can I learn from? What is useful to me? I'm always trying to find pieces of art that I like, that I think could be useful to me, artistically. And I save them and I look at them later. Study is important. Too many people just do practice, but practice without mindfulness is almost worthless. You need to think about what you're doing. How many people have been playing League of Legends for 8 years and still have no fucking idea how to play, and you're still hard stuck silver, okay? Practice on its own is not enough, okay? You have to practice well. Can you draw by hand on a paper? The first 2 drawings I showed you were drawn by hand on paper with ink. Yeah, it's like how theory on its own isn't enough. Okay, stop. Do you have a place you upload your art? I probably am going to tweet it, you know, if I do. Capitalism SX, thank you very kindly. George Popsy, likewise. Vix Laboratory, thank you very much. Are the rumors true you're the most intelligent political commentator on the internet? They may be. But Chunkus, Incy, Burry, and the Nico Sam, thank you very kindly. When did you start drawing? Back in high school, to impress a friend. Bianca U, Brendan James, and Nilano, thank you for the very kind donations. I really appreciate that. Rasputin, with a tier 4 sub, thank you very much, comrade. I hope you enjoy your yellow name. Daniel84, Guillaume958, Dylan Waters, Toten Colt. Happy birthday, Mindy. I hope you're having a wonderful day on this blessed exchange of presidential administrations. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Goldie, Daniel84, Mike Ashley, thank you for the very kind donos, comrade. I really appreciate those. I just got a text from an IRL friend to affirm that yes, indeed, that character in Dragon Maid is an adult in every conceivable way, and that you all can suck shit, okay? Thank you. You know who you Dumb Bunny, thank you for the very kind $10. I'm really, really sorry to hear that, comrade. I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather. I hope that COVID restrictions lift sometime in the next 6 months so you can see him before cancer takes him. Boxy Muffin, thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Yes, I'll see what I can do about Matt Watson. I had heard of Matt Watson. I didn't know that he was politically involved, but I guess I'm just not that aware of the scene. Dumb Bunny, Pat Lee Nichols, David Cole, Melissa McDonald, McCaptain Chess. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind donations. Sake with a very kind $25 donations. 2 $25 donations, actually. I really, really appreciate those. Trade up to the Rational National, David Dole. He's literally an improvement every way from Kyle. Sake, you're so spiteful. Jesus. I'll try to talk to everyone. I love talking to people. Igor Miro 19, thank you for the very kind $35. I promise you I will listen to My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. I have not skipped it. I only took a break from Mucor. That's all. Thank you. Transgill Therapist, I haven't seen this. I'll have to take a look at it later. Soistany, 16 Ghana, just an average bug trainer. And McCaptain, thank you so much for your incredibly kind donations. Soistany, I do plan on uploading short prepared content to YouTube at some point. It's something that I have to work out. All right, listen up, people. I love you all very much. I can't believe that it's not even 1 p.m. and I've already been streaming for nearly 5 hours, but I'm so excited to see how this country develops in the wake of all the dumb bullshit that's happened. I love you all. You beautiful people. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, just make sure to continue reminding Salty Cracker on Twitter that I'm interested in having a conversation with him. That's all. Just a simple conversation. Because I really, really care about the fair and open exchange of ideas. Be well, people.